Okay, standing here, getting ready to launch, I imagine that your drive and your enthusiasm to learn educational technology
Turn on your camera.
Cameras on. You need mine.
Turn on your mic.
Okay, we're going to pause.
There.
Oh, I'm in? Okay. All right. Do I have a good sound check? Awesome. All right. Standing here, getting ready to launch for the second time, I imagine that your drive and your enthusiasm for learning educational technology is what brought you to EdTech Live this morning. And I think you're in good company this morning. What a morning. We're off to a great start. So get your coffee, get comfy, and get your EdTech Live because we're ready to go. So I'm curious. So in the chat, share where you are because I think all of us kind of know what you're doing, want to know what you're doing today. So are you at home with your feet up? Are you on a road trip this morning, perhaps dropping your kids off or going to grandma's? Hopefully you're not the one driving, safety first. Make sure that you're the passenger. If it so happens that you're driving right now and watching us, please know that you can watch us later. You simply have to, when you get to your destination and bring us up, underneath us right here, there's a little slider, or you can slide us backwards so that you can watch us at your convenience. And as long as you are putting your attendance verification in today, you will get credit. So is anyone warm out there, sunny and warm? I suspect if you're on the West Coast, the sun is only just now getting up, but perhaps on the East Coast, it's sunny and warm. Let us know where you are. So use the chat to not just communicate with each other, and definitely do that, but also to share your thoughts and ideas about what's being presented today. And because we are a live presentation, it is worth your time to be able to ask those questions so they can be answered in real time. So if you have questions to your presenter, post them and your presenter can answer them for you. So in addition to the chat, we also have Twitter. So Twitter is a great opportunity. If you haven't explored Twitter, it has lots of stuff that is worth you checking out and making sure that there are things that are lined up with the educational things that you're interested in and checking that out. We are also on Twitter so that you can see that behind me, the tag number for you to be able to follow us is there, or the tag address. Feel free to tag us when you post. Give us a shout out on Twitter today of what you're learning. I'm Tamara Ferguson, and I will be your host today, providing you with quality professional learning opportunities on various educational topics. This morning, we have robotics in the classroom with Travis Brown. We are going to follow that with Kelly New, and she's going to share how to use instructional videos with a hover cam. And our third session is going to be, oh, I said that backwards. Okay, our second session is going to be Laura Cahill, who's going to be doing digital notebooks, followed by the third session, instructional videos. And then our last session today is going to be with Nancy and Shannon, and they're going to talk about tech tools which you can use in your classroom to build the classroom management. So each session is different. You don't have to stay for all. We encourage you to stay for all because there's something for everybody. But each session that you do watch, you have the opportunity to submit your attendance verification. That's how you get your professional learning credit that you can submit to your district or your employer if that's something you need to do. But you have to submit the form each time. And right now it is in your chat and you can simply just click on it. You can also see that information on the commercials that occur in between each session. So each session has 15 minutes between them so that you can go do what you need to do for personal needs and take a break and post on Twitter and maybe post a few chats and of course submit your attendance verification. It may take a little bit for you to get your confirmation email from your attendance verification. Sometimes it's 2 to 3 minutes, sometimes it's 15. So as long as you get it within that session, you know you're good. If the session passes and you still haven't got your attendance verification, definitely resubmit it, because odds are you submitted the wrong email and it didn't go anywhere. It went to Cyberland somewhere. Okay, so session sign up, Twitter, make sure you're using that, and our chat. So we're going to start today with our first session with robotics in the classroom. Are you wondering what to do with them or how they can be used? It tied into instructional classroom curriculum. Travis Brown, who is our technology coach for one of our district campuses called Danish Elementary, is going to show you that robots are more than just a toy to drive around in your classroom. They can build those 21st century skills that we want to incorporate within our lessons, including critical thinking and collaboration. You can also, with thought, tie in content such as language arts, science, social studies, and math. So, Travis, are you there with us?
Yep, we're here.
Welcome. Are you ready to go?
Yep, sure
Okay,
am.
it's all yours.
All right. Hi, EdTech Live. Good morning. Thank you for waking up early. At least for me, it would be early because I usually sleep until 10 on a Saturday. But I brought all the robots to show you a few things today. So let's get into it. Okay, let's go to... All right, I don't know what's going on. Okay. All right. I don't know how to get it back on. I'm just trying to put my screen up.
Are you sharing it out?
Oh, here it goes. Like that.
There you go.
Sure. Okay. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. All right, I'm sorry about that. All right, so I am a little bit nervous today, and I think the same nervousness you might feel about bringing robots into the classroom. I initially told them I did not want to do this, but I felt that it was really important to get this information out to you guys. So that's why I have volunteered to show you what we do at Danish. So I'm going to try to get over my fears, just like you should get over your fears with the robots in the classroom. If you want to follow me on Twitter, my handle is at Mr. Brown Danish. Just a little bit about me. I am the digital coach at Danish Elementary. I have been in Sphero for around 14 years as a teacher and as a digital coach. And my experience ranges from video editing, coding, photography, 3D printing, 3D modeling, live and non-live sound mixing, which would be like soundboard stuff. And then when I'm not doing technology, I love to go camping. That's just an amazing way to unwind. If you've never been camping before, I highly recommend it, especially if you have an RV. And then I also love model airplanes and anything aviation related. All right, so here's some goals for this session. One is to make you comfortable with some of the common robots that you'll find on your campus. Most of them are very easy to use, and so I want to talk a little bit about that. And then I want to also give you some ideas that you can take back and you can use in your classroom. Now, not all the ideas are going to be specifically for you, obviously, but you can take them and modify them for your specific needs. And then I want to also explain some of the pros and cons for each one of the different types of robots that I'm going to show you. So I've had all of these for several years now, and so I'm pretty familiar with what troubles the kids with them and the things that I like about them. All right, so let's talk about the importance of using robotics in your classroom. So first, coding and robotics go hand in hand, and coding is really, really important. I had a teacher come into my room recently, and she's like, I don't understand what is the big deal with all this coding. Like, why do we need to do like an hour of code? Why do we need to use this stuff in our classroom? And it's really about computational thinking. So getting the kids to think a certain way. So with the robots and coding, you have to put things in order to solve a problem. You have to put steps in order to solve a problem. And that can transfer over to like solving a math problem or writing a how-to paper or reading through something critically. All right, so one of the things that we do on our campus is we do an hour of code, and the hour of code is like a no pressure practice. So half the time we do coding with Scratch, and we just let them play around with it. We'll have some tutorials and things available like that, and we'll just let them play around with it. But then the other half, we have the robots out there, and we give them little challenges, just basic coding challenges that they have to complete, so they get familiar with the robots. So we do that with fifth grade all the way down to kindergarten. We have pre-K, we have our PPCD kids come in, and we even have our life skills come in and play with the robots. So you might be wondering, well, how does pre-K code it? A lot of times it's not about the coding, it's getting them familiar with how the robot operates so that when they do go into a higher grade that does have coding, they are ready and they are familiar with the robot and they know what it can do, that kind of thing. All right, and then so all that creates a crossover to the classroom. So if your campus or if your school doesn't do an hour of code, you can always implement that. Maybe it's something that you do at the beginning of the day, like right after the kids come in. Maybe before you get started, you just have them doing some coding activities. Maybe you have the robot in there and they can just play around with it. All right, so what barriers do we need to overcome? Because there seems to be many, and a lot of these things are valid concerns. So I wanted to talk about some of these. So first, we don't have any robots at my school. All right, so that is definitely a valid concern because you might not. I do know that there are some librarians that tuck some of the robots way back in the back, and they might not be getting them out. Or you might have some on your campus, maybe in pre-K, so the B-bots are usually there, and usually you can borrow them. Another thing that you can do is you can, if you are a Sci-Fair teacher, you can check these out from the district. And I don't know if you can see the little, the dash icon to the right here on my slide. It might be covered up by my face. Okay, you can. But if you go and click that after the presentation is over, they're going to send you a link to the presentation, and you can click on that and you can fill out the form and check out a robot. Now, I will also say that you have to go to a training before they will let you check out the robots. So make sure you go on to the My Learning and search for that training. If you are outside of the district, another thing that you can do is just petition your principal to get some of this for you. So go in with a plan, show them what you want to do with it, and then usually these things are not that expensive where they'll just flat out say no. All right, so second, my students won't focus, they're just going to play around. Now that is also a valid concern, but just like with anything like blended learning, you have your kids in groups, they have the potential to play around anyway. So it's just, you have to train the kids to to focus on this and to focus, I'm losing my words. You have to train them that they, and I can't remember the words. All right, so I'm just going to go on. All right, so my students are not old enough. Like I said before, we started out with, we have our life skills kids, we have pre-K going in. Everybody can do something. So I just encourage you to try it. A lot of times we think, you know, my kids are too young for doing this. They're not going to understand it. And it's just, you got to believe in your kids. They can do more than you think. All right, I can't code and neither can my students. All right, so that's one of the barriers that I'm going to try to help you with today. So I'm going to show you some simple coding with the robots. And you really don't have to know like coding, like typing coding. We're going to look at some block coding, which is really easy to do. And hopefully I can alleviate your fear with that. All right, I don't have time. It's not in the curriculum. All right, so also a valid concern. Our goal is not to add to the curriculum. We're going to incorporate these things into the curriculum, okay? So we're gonna do the lessons that we already have and we're going to add the robots to that. We're not going to make additional curriculum. All right, so here's some of the typical robots in education. You might see these. We have the B-Bot, which is the yellow one. Dash and Dot, which is the blue one that has the 3 wheels and the black eye in the middle there. And then we have a Sphero. They're usually not white, they're usually clear like this. The kids love the Sphero because it is so different from any other robot that they've seen before. And they like to see the inside, like all the mechanics of it, how it works, and all the lights that it has. And then they also have Ozobots. That's a really common one. This one's also clear and you can see the inside. And this one is really simple to code. All right, so let's talk about the B-Bots first. So Steven's gonna come over here and help me. So I'm gonna show you how to program a B-Bot. All right, so it's really, really simple. On the bottom, there's 2 switches. You just turn it on. And then we always push the X. There's an X right here. And we say that that's clearing the brain. So with kindergartners, they really don't understand clear program. We're just gonna hit X to clear the brain. And then each time they push a forward, it's going to move 15 centimeters. So if they hit the go button, it'll go 15 centimeters. And then if they hit the right arrow here, it is going to turn 90 degrees, okay? If they hit the back button, it'll go backwards 15 centimeters, and then left is left 90 degrees, okay? So one of the things that is a little bit more difficult for kindergarten kids is that, or littles, I should say, is that they do forget all the time to clear it. So you just have to keep telling them, clear the brain, clear the brain. After they code a step, they have to clear the brain. Okay. All right. So to create a mat with this, you can just get a standard size poster board, and then you can get a ruler, and then every 15 centimeters mark it off so that you have a grid like this. And then you can make all kinds of different games like I'm about to show you in a second. So let's switch back over to the PowerPoint. Is it off?
Turn your video.
So we can go back to share.
Yeah, go back to. There you go. Turn on your
Go
video.
back to share.
Turn on your video first. Turn on your camera.
All right, there we go. Okay, all right. All right, I apologize for all the switching back and forth we have to do. So there's a lot of examples and a lot of things I wanted to show you live, so I apologize for that. All right, so here's some examples I want to show you. All right, this activity is something that you can do in kindergarten with the B-bots. I have created a number line, and the B-bot will roll on the number line back and forth. Just some
and so the object of this one is to get to teach the vocabulary more and less to the students.
And so what they're going to do is the kids are going to put the B-bot on the number line. And then they draw the cards. Like this one would be 3 more. So they go 1, 2, 3. So 3 more. And they're going to hit go. 1, 2. And it'll land on the 7. So then another thing that you can do with this is you can just give the kids like a worksheet. It says B-bot. And like on this one, it says put the B-bot on 4. And then do 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, they're telling me there's feedback or something. And then they have to write down the number the B-bot lands. Let's see if that works. All right. So the kids, they put the B-bot on 4, and then they go 3 more, and then it lands on 8, and then the kids will write 8 on the worksheet. Is it working better now?
When you're showing the video, you're coming over it, so you're talking on the video.
Okay.
So you're talking over the sound on the video as well.
Okay. All right. So what I'll do is I'm just going to show it as a still. All right. So in this video example, so you guys, if you guys want to see the video, you can go back after they send out the bit.ly link. So here, what they're doing is they have one of those big kindergarten floor mats, and the B-bot, they put it on 1. And so in this example, they were trying to get to 33. And the kids will put out these little markers. I'll try to show those. And so these are B-bot codes. You can find these on Teachers Pay Teachers. And so they put out all the commands that they're going to do. And then once they get to the end, there's a go command. And the B-bot will actually roll to each one of these squares. They just happen to be the correct size. So if you have one of these mats, that's a cool activity to do. And shout out to Ms. Pekoski's class for letting me film them doing this. All right, so let's go to the next example. All right, so this is a sight word hunt that you can do. So using that poster board that I made earlier, or somebody had told me that you can do this like with a shower curtain and roll it up later. But using that mat, you can put a tape line on there, like a little course, and then you can put your kids' sight words, or you can put math facts or whatever on there, and then challenge the kids to get through the course. All right, and then here's another example of gingerbread man. So instead of using that mat that I was showing you, they had cut out 15 centimeter squares, and they put the pictures from the gingerbread man story in them and just laid them out. And so the kids' challenge is to get to the different parts of the story in order. So they can go over here and they have the first one they had to do is get to the gingerbread man as it was baking. Another thing that you really have to think about with little kids is doing it step by step. So in this one, they have to get to the just the sheep first, okay? Because sometimes it's hard to go all the way to the target, which would be the gingerbread man baking. So it's good to have them do it in like 1 or 2 moves, and then they clear the brain, and then they get to the next part, or they code to the next goal. All right, I think that was it on that one. All right, let's see if I can. Nope. Oh, there it is. All right, so the next thing we're going to talk about is the dash and dot robot. And we're going to switch cameras, so hopefully that goes a little bit smoother this time. All right, so there are 2 different ways. Oh, yep. Okay. So there are 2 different ways to code or to make Dash move. One of them is to code him, and I'm going to show you some of that right now. So it's very, very simple. All right, so when you get into this app is called Blockly for Dash, and when you get into it, this is what it will look like. So the first thing is it has a start block right here, and that's pretty common. So if you do Scratch, it would be a green flag for start. But then all you have to do is hit drive and then forward. And then what you have to, the kids have to push on these because each one of these things is a different variable. And so right here is the distance it's going to move. So you can set it, and you'll notice it's in centimeters, and it's very, very, very exact. So if you put 80 centimeters, it will go exactly 80 centimeters. 100, it goes all the way up to 100. And then this right here is the speed. So you can go from slow to fast or really fast. And then they push the arrow to program it. So you'll see up here now it says forward 100, normal speed. And then there's also a turn right, a turn left, and these are in degrees. So if you wanted to turn left, it would be 90 degrees. But if you have littler kids, they do have the picture representation. And you'll notice that it changes right here, 135 degrees, 180. So after you have put in all of the commands that you want, all you have to do is push the play button here at the bottom, and Dash will run that program. We have it. Okay.
So there was a question, what is the program that you're using?
This one's called Blockly.
Block.
Yes, Blockly for Dash. Dash and dot. There's other Blockly programs out there. I think like Tinker has one. So a lot of this looks the same. But this one is Blockly for Dash and dot. All right, so let's switch over and I want to show you one more thing. Sorry about that. So if you have littler kids, the Go app, this one's called Go. And this one just allows them to manipulate the robot with the joystick, basically. So you have the speed, and then you have, and you can control them like that. So this is how our littler kids usually do this. I'm not gonna lie, the big kids like to do it too. And then they have different sound effects and things they can do and lights and things like that. All right, so let's switch it back over. Okay. Share screen. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go over some things now you can do. All right, so in this first example here, I've drawn a triangle on the floor with a piece of chalk, okay? And the kids' their mission is to find the perimeter of this triangle, okay? So using the Blockly app that I just showed you, they will have to figure out the length of each side. So they'll have to program the move and then test it to see if it works. So eventually they should figure out that this side is 60 centimeters, this side is 80 or something like that, and this side's 100. And then if they program it correctly, the Dash robot will trace that triangle exactly. All right, so here's an example of what the coding would look like. This lights, the first one that says all lights green. So anything that they want the Dash to do or what they want it to look like beforehand is going to have to be before the moves. So I put all lights green so that when it rolls around, it's green. And then it had forward 50 slow, turn left 90, forward 60. All right. Another thing that you can do to make it easier for them is you can put the values there for them and then challenge them to do the coding to see if they can get the Dash to rotate around the triangle.
Okay, you have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Sabrina asked if Dash can connect to Chromebooks.
Not that I am aware of. You do have to use an iPad with Dash. That is one of the limitations I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. But you do have to use a Chromebook. Sorry, an iPad, unfortunately, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. We'll get you the other questions.
Okay. All right, in this example, I've got a meter stick on the floor, and you can use this to show different standard lengths. So using the Blockly app, you can program it. Okay, so what does 20 centimeters look like? What does 40 centimeters look like? And then you can take it and you can use Dash to measure things around your room. Like if you wanted to measure a perimeter of table or the smart board, or the Promethean board. All right. So you'll see there, if you watch the video, you'll see that it moves exactly 1 meter there. All right, in this example, I've made like a choose your own adventure story. So you can have give the kids a bunch of note cards and then have them write a choose your own adventure, okay? So they would say, okay, what happens first? And then they'd have 2 choices down here, and then they'd have more choices down here at the end. So you could do that in like a future ready group, have a group of kids write the story, and then have them, after they've all completed, you can have them rotate through and play each other's choose your own adventure with the robots. And this is an activity you could do with the Sphero as well. All right, and in this example, I've got the crayons out here because I'm teaching colors. And again, give the kids a note card, find the green crayon, find the yellow crayon, and then have the kids drive the Dash robot to each color. You could also put letters there on the floor. You could put numbers, just anything like that. All right. And finally, you can dress the robots up and have the kids write a story. So just get them to create a story with the Dash and the Dot robot. And like in this one, I've dressed it up like Little Red Riding Hood. I just took a piece of construction paper, taped it onto them, and the kids loved that. And have older kids have them make up their own stories and their own costumes. That's the one really fun thing that you can do with robots is just dress them up and have them tell a story. If they code the story, they can repeat that story over and over and over because the code will run the same each time. So here I got the Dot dressed up as a werewolf or the big bad wolf. All right. So let's go on to, let's talk about the good and the bad. I love the Dash and Dot robot because they are like a tank. And I'm going to knock on wood here. We've had these things for probably 4 or 5 years now, and they are still kicking. So the battery lasts forever in them. The kids have dropped them, and they just keep on going. So that's one thing that's really awesome about the Dash. Secondly, they're super easy to program with the coding. They are easy to drive around. The kids love them. I just cannot say enough good things about the Dash robot. And for bad things, I really don't have a whole lot of bad things. I would say one bad thing would be that it is connected to the iPad and it does not have a Chromebook app that I'm aware of. So that would be a negative on that. All right, so now let's talk about the Sphero robots. And we're going to do our switcheroo again. All right, okay, I think we're on now. All right, so Sphero also has 2 different ways to control it. I'm going to show you. First one is called Go. Oh, sorry. That is not. It's Sphero Play. I'm sorry. Sphero Play. And it will reconnect here in a sec. So while it's reconnecting, again, one of the hard things about this robot is that it is difficult to see which way is the front. So you'll notice since it's a ball, it gets really confusing to the kids as to when they start driving it, they'll try to move it forward and like it'll move sideways. And so I will show you how to correct for this. All right, so when you turn it on, I have a Sphero Bolt, but the older models have a blue light that comes on in the back. So this one's showing you the front is facing towards me right now. And in the app, it has this little ball that you have to drag around this circle. So if I want the front to be towards Dash, then I'm going to put it like this. And you'll notice it does, this one still has that blue light as well. So whatever the blue light is on is in the back. So I got the arrows facing forward, blue light in the back. And when I let go, it'll be set. So now that way is forward. And like I said, this gets really confusing to little kids because they don't understand that like after they hit something, they'll have to re-aim it. So on this one, all they have to do is they drag this around and the Sphero will move. All right. And then to re-aim, they just push this green button at the bottom and it'll let them re-aim it. All right, so the next thing I'm going to show you is how to code it. So this one's called Sphero EDU, and when you log into Sphero EDU, it will look like this. It looks like a jumbled mess, but at the bottom you have programs, and then you have a green plus right here that's a little bit camouflaged, and then you'll hit blocks right here. and then you hit create. And then it will bring you to the coding screen. So just like the Dash robot, it has a on start program right here. And then all the blocks are along the bottom. Now the most important one, and really the only one that you have to teach them, is the roll one. It's already there for you, just drag it up. And it's very, very important that the kids touch each one of these variables and put a value in for each one. So they need a heading, so which way they want it to roll. The next thing they have to have is a speed. So right here, I've set it to medium. You can do fast, whatever. And then how many seconds. And this is the one that the kids usually forget to do. So you have to tell it how long they want it, how long you want it to roll for. So I hit 1 second. And then sometimes they'll put in like crazy values like 20 seconds. I'm like, that will roll it clear across the school if you put it in 20 seconds. All right, so then once you've put in all that stuff, you hit the start button at the top and then it will roll. Actually, you gotta connect it and then it will roll. Another thing that you will have to do is aim it. So the aim, just like in the other program, it's right here up here in the corner. Drag that circle so the blue light's in the back. And then you hit start. And it will go. Now, if you'll notice, the lights were off, so the kids will have to program the lights to be on if they want to see the lights on. So a lot of times they'll think that the Sphero is actually off. Like if you have a Sphero Spark and it doesn't have this screen inside, they'll think that it's off, and they'll come and ask you, what's going on with this thing? It's off, it's not doing anything. Well, they've either not programmed all the variables or they have not programmed the lights to be on. All right. And then these will turn off. Actually, when you turn the iPad off, it will turn off. Now, again, these connect to an iPad, and I believe there is a Chromebook app for this, but I have never personally tried it. I usually just use an iPad with it. All right, so I'm going to switch back over to show you some examples of how to use it in your classroom. All right, let's go back here. Oop. Yeah, I'm trying to read it. Is it different? Oh, it looks different every time. That one. Okay. Sure. Okay. All right, so in this example, I've just drawn some circles on the floor with chalk. And I know I spelled flexible wrong on the first circle. I apologize for that, but I did get it right on the second circle. So you just put the Sphero on the floor, and like for science, you can give them a bunch of different objects. And then as they go through each object, they will have to move the Sphero to which category it belongs into. So it would look something like that. Now you can also do it like a Venn diagram on the floor. You have dogs and cats. What's common to dogs, move to dogs. What's common to cats, move to cats. What's common to both, move in the middle. All right, the next thing is pretty cool. Did you guys know you can put the Sphero in water? So you can fill up a tank and put the Sphero in there and have it swim around. Now, I was cautious the first time I did this. Now, I did see the actual Sphero people do this at TCEA. So I knew it could be done, but I was hesitant the first time. But so I did put it in there, and it does float, and it will roll around in the water. And one thing that you can do with this is you can have the kids create different surfaces that they can attach to the Sphero, maybe different kinds of paddles, things like that, and see what design works the best, what makes it move through the water the fastest. As just a slick ball, it will not move very quickly through the water, but it will still move a tiny bit. I have a silicone cover that you can put on the Sphero, and then it rolls around in there a little bit faster. But you can always challenge the kids to come up with their own. Oh, another thing you can do is if you have the Sphero Bolt model, it has that screen on it, you can have it look like a fish. And then you can have them design underwater habitat that the Sphero can swim through. This one I saw online. You get just a solo cup and you put it over the Sphero, and you can tape stick or hot glue, tape or hot glue a stick to the cup, and then create like a sled on the stick, and then put different weights on there. See how much weight or that you can design an experiment to see how much weight you can put on there, and the Sphero will still move. Another thing you can do is put different types of surfaces on the ground and see what causes the most friction, what causes the Sphero to slow down the most. That's pretty funny. Or if you want to prank your teacher friends, you can put the Sphero under that cup and just have it drive around in their classroom when they're unsuspecting. This is what I meant by tape the stick or glue the stick to the cup, and then I just have like a little Lego sled there, and you can put the weights on there. And then you can also do a STEAM course. This is made out of Kiva planks. I got these from the library. I don't know if your library would have them, but these Kiva planks, you can create all kinds of cool things, but you can get different materials and just create different types of challenges for the Sphero to go over. I think that's the last one on there. Okay. Go back to 3. Okay. Is it on the right screen?
Yeah.
Okay. And then finally for Ozobots, you can, an Ozobot works by drawing lines. I'm running short on time, so I'm just gonna explain it. So if you look in the video down here, you have a thick line there. So you just get a piece of paper and then draw lines on it with a marker. Whatever color line you draw is the color the Ozobot will turn. I do find it a little troubling to code with the Ozobot. It sometimes does not like to pick up the different codes. So the way you code it is you draw with the markers different colors. So you would, we're still on you, aren't we, Stephen? Okay. So you would draw your line, and then you would have a code. So to like make it turn right, for example, it would be like red, black, red, or something like that. And then as the Ozobot goes on the line, it would read the code, and hopefully it would do that action. All right. So let's go back to me now. Share screen. Okay. So just real fast, if I have a link for the Ozobot codes in the description. So you can get this paper that I'm showing you right now. You can get that after the session is over. You can download puzzles from Teacher Pay Teachers, and you can put in the different codes and see if you can get that to work. I have mine in slip sleeves, but it does work better if you print them out and have the kids program it each time. It just seems to work better on regular paper. You can also do a map of your room and then have the kids create a tour, and then they can video it, put it on Seesaw, share it with their friends. So here's an example of that. And then here is a square that I've drawn to teach shapes, colors. And then if you get like a slow shutter app, you can actually put it in the dark and use your slow shutter app to make it look like that, like a streak. All right. Whoop. All right, so I think my time is up.
Purchase them for your school.
All right, so in SciFair, we go through Title I for our school. We go through Title I funding, so we do have to go through the approved vendor lists. Oh, all right. So we do have to go through the approved vendor lists, but you can buy them at Best Buy, Amazon. Those are the easiest places, but in SciFair, I think it's I think Prime has some of them. CDW has some of them. I can't think of anywhere else at the moment. Okay. All right.
Okay, you have a few questions, just
Okay.
real quick. Randy asked if Sphero gets used in high school.
Yeah, it would actually be better in high school because the kids will understand how to aim it, and they'll actually do better with it than the younger kids. But younger kids love to just drive it around. But in high school, the coding would be a lot easier for high school students. Yeah.
Thank you, Travis. The examples that you have were absolutely amazing. I appreciate the time that you used today to spend with us. I know it was hard for you. This was an absolute first for you. And I know you had to go kind of outside of the box to get this to going.
Spotlight.
Oh, okay, hold on. I still got Mr. Stone on Spotlight, so let me cancel that Spotlight. There we go. Am I on? Okay, awesome. So we're not looking at the table. Great. So for Travis, this was a brand new experience for him, and he had to make himself go outside of the box and explore. And as you can see, he worked himself through it, and he got better and better. So think of that with robots as you incorporate things for yourself with robotics. You're going to have to come over a few bumps and try some new things. And this is something that I think it'll be a great reward for you. Just like I think for us today, having Travis here was a big reward for us. And you did a great job, Travis. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, so to show your appreciation for all of Travis's hard work, he spent days on putting this presentation for you. Give him some likes down at the bottom of this presentation that you are watching right now to kind of encourage him. I think you did a great job today, and thank you again. So in the chat, share some ideas of how you've used these robots, or if you have used these robots, some ways that you can incorporate the curriculum into it, because I know that's a big tie-in that we have with robotics in the classroom, is you just can't play with the robots all day long. You have to tie it into the concepts and the learning objectives that you have. And that's an important part of doing this. So think about ways that you have and share them. If you've never used robotics before in your classroom, maybe you have some questions that other people in the chat can help you out with in how to get them working in your classroom the way you want. So any last questions that we have for Travis? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you again, Travis. So in a moment, I'm going to share my screen with you because I'd like you to see what we do with this EdTech Live so you can understand how this kind of works with YouTube. So here's YouTube, and this is us right now. And as you can see on my screen, there's a red bar right here. So if you need to leave or if you want to back it up, you are more than welcome to slide this. Yes, we are in live mode, but you can go all the way back. If you want to watch the first 40 minutes of commercials, you could totally do that if you want. But if you want to watch the first session again, you can do that. Just know that when you back up a live session, you're no longer live and you're now running behind us however many minutes that you backed it up, which is fine. You will still get credit if you do that today as long as you submit your credit today for watching today. So these are some options that you have for coming in a live session. If you come in a little bit late, or if you need to leave the room, or if you need to go drop your kids off somewhere and you want to pick up where you left off, that's how you can do that and still be with us today. Okay, so for the next 15 minutes, we're going to have a break, and Laura Cahill is going to come join us and share how to use digital notebooks in the classroom as templates, but also for teachers to use them as well. And before you go, you have 15 minutes. We want you to make sure you do your attendance verification. And we have 2 Twitter challenges that are already ongoing. The first one from before our first session, notice it has a T1 right there. That's Sphero SD EdTech Live T1. Oh, because I'm still sharing. Hold on, let me stop sharing my screen. Okay, there we go. We good?
Yes.
Okay, so Sphero SD EdTech Live with the little hashtag mark in front of it with T1. So this is going into session 2. So notice that the only difference between our first Twitter challenge and our second Twitter challenge is that it'll be a T2 in front of it. So if you want to participate in our Twitter challenge, that's how you do the first 2, and they're already up and going. So be sure to follow us on Twitter as well. And if you're sharing anything that you would like to give a shout out to with EdTech Live, make sure you tag us with that. And that information is in the commercial that is about to come up. So let me bring that up for you. This. There you are. Okay. During our commercial and on Twitter, you may have noticed our theme. The January reputation in the United States is that January is kind of dreary. However, around the world, January is actually a month of celebrations. For instance, part of the world, such as Greece, Ethiopia, and Ukraine, Christmas is in January. And in January in Myanmar, the month is basically half of the month is dedicated to celebrations. And today, for people all around the world of Chinese descent, January 25th is your Chinese New Year. So our commercial gave to a nod to that as well. But even here in the United States, January is still a month of celebration. We, of course, started our January off with New Year celebrations. And just last week, we had a Martin Luther King Day, which celebrates the life achievements of Martin Luther King. So our theme this month has been for EdTech Live of celebrations. So as a nod to all of the January celebrations around the world. And today we're here to celebrate learning, specifically surrounding EdTech tools. So our next session is with Laura Cahill. Welcome, Laura. Are you with us, Laura? Okay, can you hear us, Laura?
Now I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, she's not with us. Hello, Laura.
Can you
while
hear me?
she's coming in, because she's actually on my screen, so she's around somewhere.
Can you hear me?
She joins us from Massachusetts, and she is an instructional technology coach for her school district. And like many of you here this morning, she is a Google fan. So her focus today is to create on using digital notebooks and other templates in the classroom for students to use. And she'll share how to help you be organized as well as a teacher, as well as in your students. Okay, so Laura, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
She doesn't have her camera on.
Okay, Laura, can you turn your camera on? There she is.
Are
Hi,
you
Laura.
Hi.
Okay,
Are you able to hear me?
Can you hear her? Oh, dang. That was on the whole time. We're on fire today. Hey, Laura, your face says it all.
Are you able to hear me now?
I am able to hear you now.
Oh,
It's welcome.
I really assumed I was doing something horribly wrong and messing
No,
this up for
that was me doing something very, very horribly wrong. But thank you for putting up through all that. And of course, we have 184 people that are watching us go through that. So you know, with technology, everything's a learning curve for us. And thank you for staying with us through that.
Sure.
Okay, so I doubt very much you heard what Laura's going to be sharing. So I'm going to go ahead and say that again. Laura joins us from Massachusetts, and she's an instructional technology coach for her school district. And she's going to show how to use digital notebooks and other templates in your classroom.
That's right.
Okay, so if you're ready to share, then we will let you get going.
All right, great. So I'm so excited to be here today. I'm coming to you from Central Massachusetts, where it is incredible.
So Laura, can I interject just for a moment?
Sure.
We need to get you to bring your volume of your computer up just a little bit.
Sure. I'm just going to go into my settings to do that. Let's see. My input volume's all the way up. Is it any better right now?
I can hear you fine, but on the YouTube, they're saying, is she fine on YouTube?
Yes.
Okay, so we're good now. So
Okay.
go ahead and we can let you take it off.
Okay, feel free to stop me and let me know if it becomes a problem.
Okay, well, I'm going to pass it off to you and it's all yours.
Sure, great, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my desktop. It is awesome to be with all of you today. This is so exciting. It's my first time doing this. I'm coming to you from Central Massachusetts, where it is cold, gray, rainy, generally miserable. In the last couple of weeks, it has been everything from single-digit temperatures to in the 60s. Sometimes that's you know, within a 24-hour period, 48-hour period. So that's typical New England weather. The reason I bring up the weather is my colleagues and I are headed to TCEA in 2 weeks. So we've been watching the Texas weather really closely. So we don't know what shoes to bring. So if in the chat, those of you who are from there, if you want to share with us what would be helpful for us to bring with us, that would be great. So as Tammy said, I am a district technology coach in the Worcester Public Schools. We're the second largest district in New England after Boston. There are 4 of us, 4 technology coaches for 26,000 students, 55 schools. So that's a huge job, but we work with a manager who really encourages us to be innovative and creative with the PD that we do for teachers and the way we support our students. So, you know, I just think that those of you in the Cypress Fairbanks district and the rest of us all over the world, we're so lucky that you offer this to us. I mean, it's amazing free PD. It's open not only to teachers in your district, but as Tammy told me, all over the world. So I think that that's just amazing because I believe in freely sharing. And that's what brings me here today, because I'm going to share this digital notebook template with you. So we're going to go into Google Slides. And hopefully everybody is hearing me okay and is able to see everything. I use Google Slides for almost all of my designing, anything that I do for presentations. I really try to just push the limits of Google Slides because it's such a versatile tool. I'm sure you've heard people call it the Swiss Army knife of digital tools because there are so many things that you can do with it. So what I thought I would do before jumping into my notebook template, I thought I'd show you how I make a template from slides, how I start doing that. So what I'm going to do is open up a new slide presentation. And one of my favorite things about slides is really being able to decide what size or shape you want. So if you are creating graphics for social media, you can go in and resize your slide to be the ideal shape and size for that. Teachers in my district are often surprised because it's sort of in a hidden little place where you can resize your slides. So I'm going to go over to File here and down to Page Setup. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make this an 8.5 by 11. So I'm going to do it, actually, I'm going to do 11 by 8.5 because that's a size that we're kind of used to, right? So when I make a template, I think of, and I suppose you could use the word template a lot of different ways. Before becoming a tech coach, I was a teacher for 20 years. So I was a teacher before we used computers for so many things that we use them for now. So I would use templates so that I could create something that my students could use over and over. I could use over and over. Teachers could use over and over. Without having to recreate the wheel every time I was doing something. So I'm thinking back to when I first started teaching, I had a yellow folder with all, and it was labeled originals in huge letters, right? Because we never wanted to use the last copy of something and then have to recreate that on the computer or print it out and go down to the photocopier and do all of that. So for me, this is just the digital version of that. I make a lot of templates to be reused by me, by teachers, by students. So what I did here is I just started a new slideshow and I went ahead and made it 11 by 8.5. Gonna double check that. Yep. Okay. So now let's say that we're gonna do we'll do something really simple here this morning. So let's say that I want to do a template for a Venn diagram. So I'm going to give this a title. I'm going to call it Compare and Contrast. And I'm going to move that up to the top. And I love that Slides has these guidelines for you so you can line things up. I have learned so much about slides from Tony Vincent, who's was a former presenter here on Sci-Fair EdTech Live. He's just the master. I'm going to delete that text box because I don't need it. I'm also going to change my background color. I think I'll pick this nice blue. Say done. And I'm going to turn these words a different color. So anything that I want to be permanent, anything that I want to always be there on the template is what I set up first. I wouldn't want to set up anything that needs to be manipulated in these stages. I just want to sort of set up that shell or that foundation. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to insert a shape and I'm going to choose the circle and we'll go ahead and kind of make this a little bit more oval so that we get a nice overlap there. So I know this isn't necessarily a presentation on how to use slides, but some of these things will come up. If we want this, we want students to be able to type in here, you know, maybe I want to make this, let's see, a light pink. And now I am going to use Command D, or you could do Control C and Control V to duplicate that circle. And I am going to, let's see, I'm going to make this a purple color. And I'm going to make it transparent, partly transparent, so we can see through it. And then we can see the overlap there. And go ahead and make that slightly transparent as well. Okay. So let's say that this is the template that we want to use over and over. So we want to use this with students, and we want to make this our original. So one of the things I remind my teachers is to always go up very early on in creating something and make sure you title it. I am famous for creating things and then closing something, moving on to something else. And then in my Google Drive, I have a whole bunch of untitled, 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 and then I have to look to see what they are. So when I'm creating a template, I typically, in brackets, type the word template in all caps because I will notice that. So I'm going to call this template Venn diagram. And then I will know that before using this, I want to make a copy of this before I share it out. Okay. Now, when if I were to share, make a copy and share this out with students, they would easily be able to click and change some of the things here that I want to be very permanent characteristics. So there are a couple of ways to do this. And I know some of you are probably really savvy with slides, and I'm sure you know that you can go in and change the master, which is one way to set your slides the way you want them. I'm going to show you the way I learned, and just because it's the first way I learned, it's the most comfortable and I'm able to do it really quickly. So what I'm going to do is go up to File. I'm going to click on my slide, go up to File, Download as PNG. So what I just did is I took all of the elements of that slide and I saved it as an image. Now I can add a new slide. I'm going to insert a new slide. I'm going to get rid of the text boxes because I'm not going to need those. And I'm going to change the background of this slide to be the image that I just saved. So I'm going to click on background, choose image, I'm going to search. And of course, it didn't come up right away. I didn't look to see where I saved it. There it is. Now I'm going to say done. So now the elements that I created are now the background of my slide. So when I create a template, I typically save the slide that has the movable elements. And I usually use my speaker notes. So I might say original with elements. And then I would use the speaker notes here to say background elements. So I know that when I'm cutting and pasting these slides or sharing slides with students, I know what I'm sharing with them. I typically just keep track of what I'm doing so that when I go back to it, it's easy to remember. Okay. So now I'm going to spend a couple of minutes showing you how I might go ahead and share these things out. So there's a couple of different ways you can share slides. If your district uses a learning management system, we use Google Classroom. So typically in Google Classroom, I would add this as a material to an assignment or add it as an attachment to an assignment, and either give students permission to edit it, to view it, or make a copy for each student. So that's one way to share out. When I'm sharing things out with teachers, I very rarely share via Google Classroom. More often, I share with links by emailing things. So if I click the share button and I grab the shareable link, so I'm going to say anyone at all with the link can view. So I'm going to save that, and then I can copy that link. Having a little bit of a delay on my clicks there. So I can then do Control C. So if I shared this link out with teachers, all they would be able to do was view it. And what they would need to do if they wanted to make a copy of this would be to go to File, Make a Copy. So for those of us who use slides often, this is an operation, or docs or sheets, this is an operation that we're really familiar with. But when I share out templates and other things on Twitter, you'd be surprised how often people request access for things that I share, documents, because people go into it and realize that they can't manipulate it, they can't edit it, so they request access to the original. So I just send back a message and say, I'm so glad you like this. Please go to File, Make a Copy, and then you'll have a version for yourself. So I'm sure that way back when I learned how to use this, I probably bugged a lot of people by sending them requests to edit because I wasn't used to Google Documents. But so I'm happy to just show people how to do that. So they would go to File, Make a Copy, and then they would have a copy. The other way that you can share out a template, and this is one that I do very often, I take that link that I just copied and I paste it in a new tab. And what you can do is in the link, towards the end of the link, you see the word edit. If I take out the word edit and I replace it with template/preview, I can then copy that link and let's hope this works. Of course, because I'm live, there's a possibility that there's a high probability that it won't work. So I'm going to go to a new incognito window just to show you what this would look like. And I'm going to paste that link with the template/preview. And when people go to that, oh, good, it worked. So what it does is it forces just a preview of the template. And then when the viewer clicks on Use Template, it automatically forces a copy for them. So if that's a trick you haven't seen before or you don't use, I highly recommend it. You can also replace that word edit with the word copy, and it will force a copy, but the viewer or the person receiving it won't be able to see what the document looks like. So sometimes people have shared things with me and you get the white screen, it says make a copy of this document. I'm not always sure that I want it because I haven't seen it. So I always really appreciate it when people share with the template/preview link here so that I can see it and decide whether or not I want to use it. So hopefully that's a helpful trick. So I'm going to go ahead and close that.
Laura, if I could interrupt you for a second. We've got a lot of people loving all the ways that you're sharing how to share these templates. Could you go over those again real quick?
Absolutely. I'm happy that this is helpful to people because I think it really helps teachers and students in terms of just being more efficient, right? So what I'm going to do, I'll share the copy way first. I can actually show you that. So here's my slide. So let's say that I'm, a 5th grade teacher and I've just made this and I want to share it out with my colleagues. I would click share and copy the link. Now I need to put the link someplace so that I can edit it. So that's usually why I go ahead and just open up a new tab and I paste the link there. I'm just going to slide my window. I'm just blocked a little bit with the controls from Zoom. So I just want to make sure that everybody's able to see this. So I took the link to the slide and I pasted it into the Omni box of a new window. And you see the word edit towards the end. I'm going to delete the word edit. So I'm just backspacing. And I'm going to, this time I'm going to show you the copy. Oop. So I replaced the word edit with the word copy. Now I'm going to copy this link. And I'm opening an incognito window to show you this because if I just showed you in the window that I'm already logged into, it already knows that I have permission to see it, so it wouldn't look the same. So I always test out, whenever I'm sharing links, I always test it in an incognito window to see what it will look like to somebody else. So I'm opening an incognito window. I'm going to paste that link so you can see that it has the copy instead of the edit. I'll hit enter. So in this case, it's telling me that I need to sign in. But typically, if I were to send it to you via email, you would get that white screen and it would say make a copy. And I believe it has a blue button. So what I'm going to do is just show that template / preview again, if you think it's useful. So now, instead of getting rid of the word edit, I'm going to get rid of the word copy. And you leave the rest of the link. You just delete the word edit or copy or whatever is between the / and the question mark. So it's template / preview. Now I'm going to copy that link. Oh, I'm in, nope, I have to open up my incognito window here. It's funny when you're doing a presentation like this, there are so many windows and things going on. So that's what the other person would see, is that sort of that preview of a Google slide with the option to use the template up in the upper right corner. So hopefully everybody is able to see that. And I hope everyone finds that helpful because it's a trick, especially in my job, it's a trick that I use all the time because I'm constantly creating things, sharing things, and helping other people share things, teachers, students, and so forth. All right, so I think we'll move on over to my digital notebook template. And I want to tell you a little bit about this. Tammy and I have had a chance to talk about this a little bit. We follow each other on Twitter, and she had reached out to me about how I created this. So a teacher in my district reached out to me and said, I really want to start having my students use a digital notebook as opposed to paper notebooks. They're losing things. There's too many papers, and a digital notebook would be useful because we can link out to resources and so forth. So I luckily had just taken Tony Vincent's Classy Graphics course. For any of you who have not tried any of Tony's courses, I don't often promote things to people and I just think that his courses are absolutely amazing. So I learned so much from him about how to manipulate slides and docs and do all sorts of things in terms of design and presentation. So when this teacher asked me for a notebook or the idea of how to put together a notebook, my wheels started spinning, and I thought, okay, at least I know how I can do the design of it, because I just learned about this from Tony. So I know I can duplicate things quickly and easily, and I know I can center things and line things up. So I started by creating just the cover. So this is just a Google slide deck. And when I started, I went into File, Page Setup, and I arranged the page to be 8.5 by 11 inches. I felt like this would be something that people are most comfortable with because it's a familiar size, it's a comfortable size. I don't typically have a lot of need to print out templates, but if a teacher wanted to print out the template, it would be the right size. So that's why I started with that. So it's 8.5 by 11 inches, and you can see the outline of the slide here. I knew that I wanted my elements to fit inside the slide. One of the reasons, if you're making a template in a slide, if you're ever going to present the slide, if you're going to present it on a projector or something like that, you want to make sure that all of your elements fit inside the slide if you want them to in the presentation. So when I click present, you can see that all of my elements fit inside. If these tabs had hung off the edge of the slide, you wouldn't see them. They would be covered by the background. So I just wanted to explain that if you are ever going to present this, you want to make sure that everything's on the inside of the slide. So this is how the notebook works, essentially. And you'll all get the link to the template at the end of the presentation. And please, I believe in freely sharing, so make copies of it, share it on, modify it in ways that you want to. You can always reach out to me if you have questions as well. So this is how the notebook works. What I did is I created the background, these little loops, the metal loops, the blue background, and the white text box where it says name. Those are all unmovable. So I designed it, and I went up to File, Download, Save as a PNG image, and then I created that second slide and made the image my background. So that's how I got the blue shape, the notebook rings, and the white shape to be stationary. But then I knew I wanted to start to use this notebook. I wanted teachers and students to be able to use this either as a class notebook or a planner. You know, teachers could use it as a lesson planner. So what I did is I inserted a text box here and here so that it could be then modified and personalized. So anytime you need to insert anything into a slide, the insert tab is the one that I use most often. I'm constantly adding things to slides. So insert text box, and you can add a text box wherever you want. So when you get the template, it comes with the text boxes that you can type into, but you can modify this by adding additional shapes and boxes. The other thing I did is I added these tabs. So you know that when you get a notebook with dividers, it comes with tabs. Sometimes they're different colors. You can write on them. So what I did is I put a text box into each of these tabs. So I added the shape for the tab, and I'll show you how you do that. Insert, shape. So I found the shape that I wanted for the tab, you know, something like this. And you could add the shape, And then in slides, you can rotate a shape and it tells you the degrees so you know whether it's lined up, and resize it. And then you could just put it where you want it. So I'm going to hit delete just to get rid of that one. So the cover, you could modify it by, I could say Laura Cahill and class, let's say I teach visual art. Now I'm imagining that I'm using this as a teacher, as a planner. So the yellow tab could be for period 1. And the purple tab could be for period 2, and so on. So one of the things I did is I justified the text. So, in a text box, you can either have your text justified to the left, the right, or in the center. In this case, I justified the text in the text boxes to the right only because of the overlap. So if you put a lot of text in here, it would get covered up if you justified it on the left. But once you have the template, you can modify this any way you want. So you could take this font and you could change it to something much more playful and exciting, and make it bold and make it larger. Once the template belongs to you, you can change it however you want. So then what I did is I created a divider for each color section. So I tried to set it up like a traditional notebook. So your cover has your tabs. And then what I did is I created a divider for each of those colors. And same thing with the divider. It's stationary. So students cannot change this big yellow shape. They can't change the notebook elements, which were just added for fun. And they can't change this shape in the middle. But I did include in the template a text box right there so that students and or teachers could type what they wanted. So in here, if I want to remind myself that this is period 1, I could then find a fun font to do this. I'm going to align it in the center and in the middle of the box. I'm going to make it bold. And make it larger. I could also put period 1 here, or I could put something else that I wanted here. The third thing that I did is then I started to make pages for the notebook. So for each color, I created pages. I included this white spot at the top because I thought it would be a useful place for people to start to designate whether it was a teacher or a student. For example, if you are using this as a planner, a teacher planner, you might put the date on each of these pages, and then you could start to put your information here. So as you see, the template has one cover, it has the 6 dividers, and then I just created 2 sheets of paper between. But all you would have to do if you needed more yellow pages, you just do your Control C and Control V to copy and paste. So I can do C, V, Control V, V, V. I could just make a whole bunch of pages. So I could add pages daily if I wanted to, or if you were going to share this with students as a notebook, maybe you would want to designate how many pages each student had before you shared this out with them using one of those tricks that I showed you. So once you sort of set up the colors and the dividers for how you need, once you have the template, oops, I'm frozen. There we go. Once you have the template, you could always delete some of these as well. So let's say that you teach one subject and you want the students just to have everything in one section. You could delete that if you chose, or in one subject, maybe you have these signify different units. Maybe one tab is for homework, one tab is for classwork, one tab is for studying resources, year-long resources like syllabus and other things like that. So the last thing that I added to the template are links. So I'll show you how I do this so that you can do this, because it's something you can do on any Google slideshow. One of the beauties of Google Slides is that you can link one slide to another slide. So you can end up with, you know, maybe some of you are sitting there thinking, wow, this notebook could get really unwieldy if it ends up having like 165 pages or something like that. And it would, but if you use links, you can move yourself from one section to another relatively quickly. So what I did, when you click on the tabs, you get a link to go right to the divider for that section. Because I am in the editing mode, you click on it and then you see the link to go to the divider. So you actually have to click twice when you're in editing mode. And I'll show you how it differs in presentation mode. But each of the tabs is linked out to the divider. And then each divider is linked to go back to the cover. So let's say you were using this as a lesson planner and you were planning for, you know, period 5 and you were done planning here. You could click to go back to the cover. You just have to click on the edge of the text box and it will take me back to the cover. And if I want to go to the green section, it'll take me there. So I'll show you how I set that up. Any text and or shape and or picture can be linked out to another slide in the slide presentation, as well as any link anywhere else. So let's say that, let's see, the blue divider is slide 14. I can see it here, but I wanted to show you when I scroll down, it's slide 14. So when I click on this shape, I can go up to Insert, Link. Oop, I'm going to actually, I got rid of that link. And then a little text box, a little dialog box opens. So you choose the shape you want. You go up to Insert, Link. I'm going to just X that out. A dialog box will open. It's going to ask you if you want to paste a link. So if you always wanted students to click on this tab and have it link out to your Google Classroom or to your classroom website, you could link that right there. I chose, in this particular case, I want it to link out to slide 14. So I'm going to click Slides in this presentation, and I'm going to scroll down until I see slide 14, and I'm going to apply. So now anytime you click there, unless you delete that link, it will take you out to slide 14. I'm going to show you this again in on the dividers. So I wanted to do the same thing for the dividers. Once you're at a divider, I wanted you to be able to click on the link to go out to the cover. So the text box, it tells me it's going to the first slide. So I'm going to pretend that there's no link here yet. I'm going to click Insert, a link, delete the link I have there. I could link out to a particular website again if I wanted to, but in this case, I want to link to the first slide. So I always want my dividers to go back to the first slide. And then I thought it would be helpful to do the same thing with the pages. So every time you copy and paste a page, it's going to copy and paste the link as well. So I can click here and it's going to take me back to the divider. So in the editing mode, like I said, you have to click twice. If we were in presentation mode, so I'll go ahead and click on present. If I click on the green tab here, I don't need to click twice. It just takes me directly back. So I can go to the cover. I can go here. I can advance through the slides by using the arrows as well. So I could go to this page, click on the divider. Ooh, it's not sending me back. So that might be a link that's not working that I need to fix. So I'm glad I saw that. So hopefully this is helpful for you to see the way I've set this up. I have just a minute. I just want to show you how I might use a particular page. So if this is a notebook page or a planner page, I might insert a text box. And I might call this homework. And I might insert another text box for classwork. And then you could really duplicate these pages over and over. The thing I like about the digital notebook, the things that Tammy and I talked about when we talked about the notebook, it's a huge space saver. And it just keeps teachers and students really well organized. So the teacher that I made this for, she said she loves it because she can have links to all of the most important things that she needs her students to keep. For example, you could insert a text box on the divider page and you could link out resource 1, resource 2. I'm being general here, but you get the idea that you could link out your resources right on the main page. And to do that, you do it the same way. So you highlight the words, go to insert a link, and then you would paste the link to the resource right there. So let's say there's a website that you wanted students to use, or a link to whatever it is you might use in your class. So I think my time is winding up. Hopefully this has been helpful, and I really encourage you to reach out to me. I'm on Twitter very regularly, and I'm happy to chat with you anytime. And I believe that, Tammy, the link to my blog and all of my templates is going to be posted as well. So I encourage you, please reach out. I'm happy to help you with any of this. And I really appreciate you being here with me this morning.
Wonderful. Thank you, Laura. Can you do us one more thing that I think they might be really interested in? You shared with me that you have a blog or a website that you use to share these out. Would you be willing to share that with us just for a moment or two?
Sure. So I wish that I blogged more often than I do. But when I put out something, I really want to make sure that it's something that's super useful to people. So this is my blog. It's engageducate.com, and that's the same as my Twitter handle. It's pronounced engageducate. A lot of people have trouble with that, so I probably should have thought that through a little bit better. But this is me. So if you've seen me on Twitter, I share out all sorts of I have so many templates. I have things for math. I have things for all sorts of subjects, things that can be cross-curricular, all sorts of grade levels. And I have a resources page. On my resources page, I have a link to all of my free templates. So please feel free to modify, share. I'm happy to help in any way I can.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Any last questions for Laura to pass on? Awesome. You know, I really like the idea of actually making your digital notebooks look like a digital notebooks where kids can click on tabs. I never thought of that, and I thought that was really creative. And that was one of the things that really got me to approach you on Twitter. And that's one of the benefits of Twitter is all these great ideas that are shared out on Twitter. And so speaking of Twitter, I have for you another Twitter. Hold on. Oh, back it up. No, we're good. Okay. So speaking of Twitter, we have one more Twitter challenge for you, or the third Twitter challenge. We actually have a total of 4. So if you are interested in participating in this for some prizes, this is where your next Twitter challenge is going to be. So at Sci-Fi EdTech, Twitter poll is where you're going to go. So use that for our third challenge. If you didn't participate in the first and second challenges, you can do that as well and go back and do that. So for the next 15 minutes, we have a commercial for you. It shares with you the Twitter challenges, but also the information about our team in addition to the upcoming session, which is going to be Kelly New. And she is going to share with you how to create instructional videos using specifically the HoverCam. But in your district, if you use other tools, they can apply to any kind of external camera. So she has some great things to share. And make sure you submit your attendance verification. Again, you will get a confirmation that you submitted that attendance, but you won't actually get your certificate of attendance until later next week. So thank you again for joining us. We'll see you back in about 15 minutes.
morning. I'm so glad.
Okay, welcome everybody. We are on our third session, session 3 with Kelly New. And I've been pondering as Kelly's been coming in is to the effectiveness of using instructional videos. So as teachers begin to implement blended learning effectively in the classroom, it's taking off not just in our district, but everywhere. Is it taking off in your district? Share what you think about blended learning in your district and on your campus, and whether or not you're willing to give it a try, and if you have, what your experiences are with it. So with us today, I have Kelly New, and she is a master of using blended learning as a instructional platform in her classroom, and she is using small group instruction as the focal point of that. And she currently teaches math and science at Grinnell Elementary, and she's going to show you how instructional videos can be used to magnify and expand your influence in the classroom, particularly when you're working in small group instruction, but also it's a tool to extend your influence outside your classroom when your students are at home and they're trying to complete homework and they don't remember how they did it in classroom. So instructional videos have a massive influence in your classroom if they're used and designed effectively. So she's going to be focusing on using a hover cam in her tool today. If hover cam is not a tool that's available in your school district, there are many other options that can replace the hover cam. So her principles that she's going to be addressing and how to effectively make instructional videos can be applied to every tool that you can think of, from the camera in your laptop to even your cell phone camera to make instructional videos. So welcome, Kelly.
Hi.
Okay, you ready to take it over?
I am, thank you.
Okay, all yours.
All right, let me share my screen here. Well, that was a very nice welcome. Thank you for having me. I am Kelly New, and I am a third grade teacher at Grinnell Elementary, and I teach math and science. So shout out to all my Grinnell Redhawks. If you want to follow along with me with this presentation, I have a bit.ly right here for you. You can go ahead and type that in if you have a second device. And we're going to go ahead and get started. So again, my name is Kelly New. This is my 12th year teaching in the classroom, and one of the things that I love to do is find new ways to enhance my students' learning experience. I'm always trying to find some new technology tools to use to really allow them to be engaged and just to really enhance that learning experience in the classroom. So why videos? Why do we want to do videos? I thought this was pretty funny. I don't know about you, but as a third and fourth grader myself, this is how I viewed word problems. I was very confused. I didn't understand, how to solve word problems. And so I think that gives me a leg up as a teacher because I can really tailor my instruction to them. But I think many of our students sit in a classroom and they struggle because maybe we move a little bit too quickly. And so this being able to utilize video is a great way for them to, go back and get a deeper understanding. Another reason why I love to do videos is because my students, they deserve it. They deserve that learning experience. These are my beautiful third graders down here, as well as my own 2 personal children. And one of the things that I think is something I try to do on my campus is to lead and to set an example. And one of the ways that I'm hoping that I can have this idea of using videos in the classroom to kind of trickle down into the other classrooms on our campus, because all of our students definitely deserve to have that experience. And then I just wanted more from my students. I wanted more engagement. I wanted them to come in and be excited to learn. I wanted them to have a deeper understanding of whatever content we were learning that day. And I wanted to be able to have more flexibility in the classroom. I wanted to allow my students to kind of work at their own pace and work in their own space in the room. And so I feel like videos allow me to do that. And then again, choices. We want to give our students choices. I don't know about you, but when I am given the choice on how to how to present something or how to complete an assignment, when I'm given the choice to do, something that interests me, I'm going to have a much better time doing it. So giving my students choices is another great reason for doing videos in your classroom. And ultimately, we want to have our students have a better understanding and our parents to have a better understanding of the content that we're teaching. A lot of the things that we teach in math right now, it's not the way that we learned it as a student. And so I think our parents sometimes struggle with, how do we help our children at home, and how do we, show them and give them practice examples at home without the struggle of, that's not the way my teacher teaches it. But by providing them some videos and some content, it really helps to bridge the gap of, from school into home. So how are we going to do that? I use a hover cam to do all my videos, but if you don't have a hover cam, you can always use your computer. You can use your cell phone, a tablet, whatever. There's lots of ways that you can record video and share it, but I'm going to focus mainly on the hover cam and its features today. So before we do that, I want you to think of something that you're going to teach next week, or maybe 2 weeks from now. And I want you to think about, how could implementing some videos enhance that experience for your students? How can it allow your students to get a deeper understanding of the content and really be able to maybe even put out a work product that they would be proud of to show you? So as always, our videos should always enhance our lesson and enhance the experience, and not replace us as the teacher. I think that's something really important to point out. When you create a video, it should never be something that replaces you as the teacher, because you, the teacher, are valuable and the most important person in that classroom, because you are instilling that knowledge, and you need to be able to be available for your students, even if they are working on a video where they're watching you, but be available to help them as needed. So how can we enhance instruction? First, mini lessons for substitutes. I did this earlier this year when I was out for a couple days. When you're going to be out, a lot of times we have the tendency to create a worksheet for them to work on, and they just kind of sit there quietly and they do their work. But why not create a video for your substitutes to share with your students? This was a wonderful way for my students to stay on track for 3 days while I was out. My substitute came in, they showed the video, they helped facilitate the blended learning experience. And when I came back, I didn't have to backtrack. I didn't have to catch up, so to speak. We were right online with our curriculum. Tutorials for your website. This is another great way that I utilize videos for my classroom and for my students. I will do a quick tutorial on how to do fractions, say, and then I will load it up to my website, and that is a great resource for the students to go back, and maybe they didn't get it the first time, they can go back and look at it again. But also it allows those parents to go, oh, that's how your teacher's teaching it, and they can have that conversation, and it's a better understanding for each, the student and the parent. Oral administered test. I don't know about you, but I have students who fall under the special education umbrella, or who might be ESL. And this is a great way to not only allow them to work at their own pace, but allows you as the teacher to be able to move around the room a little bit more when you're having to give an assessment. So they still hear your voice, they're still following along with you, but then you're freed up to answer those questions and help, not just those students, but the other students in your classroom as well. And then digital content mini lessons. I am a blended learning classroom. And so one of the ways that I utilize video is I will video a second mini lesson for my students. And so they're not only seeing me every day in that mini lesson, but they're getting a second mini lesson on the computer. And what I love is that you can front load them with information. So if you want to pre-teach something and then they come to the mini lesson prepared and they know they have some tools in their tool belt to answer some questions, or you can do a video to follow up on what you just taught in your mini lessons. So there's options there. And then station instructions. a lot of times, you know, we give instructions many, many times, and those students come up and they're like, what were we supposed to do here again? And this eliminates that. And videoing your instructions, put it at that station, and then allow the students to push rewind when they need clarification for that station. And then verbal assessments. A lot of times I will utilize video. I'll tell my kids to create a video for me explaining a concept. And then I know within about 30 seconds whether or not they understand the content or we need to go back and have another mini lesson. And then modeling reading, it's kind of hidden right here. You can't see it, but modeling reading. I got to give a shout out to my teaching partner, Elena McCalla. She has started to do videos of her modeling a read aloud, asking those questions, those inferencing questions, and really modeling to the student and to the teacher what they should be thinking about when they're reading. And that helps to build that deeper understanding and helps them with those inferencing skills. And then speech progress monitoring. If you have students who are in speech, this is a great way to monitor their progress in the classroom. You're able to hear how they're forming those sounds and those letters, and then you can report back to the speech pathologist with their results. And then again, giving our students voice. I love giving my students the opportunity to create a video for me. They love it too, because they get to be the guest teacher in the classroom, and it makes them feel important, and it gives them that confidence. And they oftentimes will re-record their video because they want it to be perfect, which I think is showing them a great skill to, you know, go back and watch their video and to be proud of what they're putting out there. All right, so HoverCam 101. Before you get started on your HoverCam, you are definitely going to want to make sure that you get it to its up-to-date version. So you'll want to make sure that it's all ready to go. There's a couple settings you want to make sure you have in place. You want to go to your settings section. You want to hit the record button, and then you want to make sure that it's on MP4. And this will allow your video to play on multiple platforms without any hiccups. All right, so let's get started on looking at the HoverCam and its many tools that you can use. So here are some recording options. We're going to go over each of these individually. We'll start with our camera record, but we can also, we'll show screen recording, picture-in-picture, how to do a time lapse. We'll talk about slow motion and even the drawing tools that are included in that. So here is just a video I did for a substitute to show. I've muted it for you. You don't need to listen to it, but I wanted to show you what I did for a substitute. This is just using the standard camera recording feature. I have it directed towards my hands, and I'm talking, and the substitute is helping my students get all of their manipulatives out, and my students are modeling with me. So this is that really great way just to do a quick video. You're showing some strategies, and you're allowing your students to model with you, which is the same as what they would be doing if I were in the classroom anyway. So they don't really need to see your face for this, but a simple video like this is perfect. And this is also the type of video that I would do for my digital content studio, where they're going and they're modeling along with me through that studio. So real quick, this is what our HoverCam looks like here in Sphero. Again, if you don't have this tool, that's okay. You can always use a different device. But I wanted to show you how your HoverCam can kind of move and capture images at many different angles. So it can bend, it can, the arms can go up and down. I even have one here. There is a dial on the side here that you turn, and it basically will turn the lens. So as you're manipulating your HoverCam, you can turn the lens, and you can either be, it'll change it from being upside down to sideways to being upright. And then this also swivels too. So lots of different ways that you can set your HoverCam up so that you can get any possible angle. Okay, we're going to talk about screen record. This is when you are recording your screen while you're giving an explanation to something. You can't see your face. It's basically just sharing your screen and recording a video. So this is an example. Again, I've muted that video, but this is an example of when I was giving my parents a tour of my website. I had some questions of where do I find videos and where do I find your newsletter? And so I did a really quick video, just sharing my screen, showing my parents where to go, where to click. I want everything to be super easy and streamlined for my parents. And I use my website as kind of the place for that one-stop shop for everything that they need. So again, really quick, you can see my whole screen. If I had the volume up, you would hear my voice over it. And that's basically what just a screen record is. So you could use screen record for a couple of different reasons. You know, a lot of times we think students know how to do research, but that's a skill that they have to learn, to be honest. And so I think that this would be a really great tool if you're teaching your students how to conduct some research, how to open up Google or any other search engine, and how to, you know, what is the proper way to search, you know, how do you search with keywords and things like that, and just really teaching them that skill. Giving instructions on how to create work products. This is, again, another great tool to do that if you're showing them how to create a Google slide, or if you want them to create something in Google Drawings, showing them those different features and how to work them. This would be a great way to do that, because then they can go back and they can rewind and they can fast forward if they already know how to do that, you know how to do that part of it. So again, video is a really great way to kind of show your students those things. And then, you know, step by step on how to navigate different apps and websites. Screen record picture-in-picture allows you to share your screen, but also to show your face. I did this video a couple weeks ago. I presented at a home educator meeting, and I was with some teachers who are home educators, and I was showing them how, you know, to do a drag and drop activity for their students. And so I was actually showing a video here on how to create that. I went back and said, okay, well, we don't want them to change or edit what's inside the boxes. And so I was demonstrating how I make that activity so that, you know, the answer choices can't be changed for your students. So again, you can move the face, you know, the box where your face is, you can move it around if it's not in the right spot. But again, you're sharing your screen and you can see your face. So that's another great way, you know, to use video in your classroom. And then time lapse. So I used a time lapse video with my son. This was really fun. Basically, time lapse, you set the desired length of time that you want to record. And then what you're going to do from those settings is you will slow it down as slow as you want or as fast as you want. But the time lapse really kind of just speeds everything up. So this is an example that my son Colton and I did together. I wanted a little example of how to play the game War. And so we did a quick little game. We're moving at normal speed, but of course I sped it up, so it was super, super fast. You could probably think of a lot of great ways to implement this tool. I don't use time lapse very much in the classroom, but I think it would be kind of fun if you were showing some fast changes to, you know, if you were showing fast changes to the Earth's surface or something like that. You wanted to show like a volcano erupting. I think that would be really fun to do. But that's time lapse. It's a really fun tool to kind of play around with, and I think you should play around with it. And then slow motion. So slow motion there's some limitations with that. It is a fun tool. However, it does not allow you to change how slow you slow it down. So there's only like one slow motion speed, and that's pretty much it. However, it does allow you to use some drawing tools while you're doing that. So that's pretty cool. But again, it just kind of takes whatever video you record, and then it's just going to slow it down. So you don't have to pick how long it's going to record. You just hit record and let it go. So this is an example of a slow motion video that I did in class for science. We were talking about slow changes to the Earth's surface and how to weather rocks. And so in class, I let the students use graham crackers as their rocks and fingernail filers for their wind that has picked up some sand, and we were weathering rocks and watching the sediments kind of fall. And so I went back and did a quick video on this to show that it's such a slow change, and to see those sediments kind of coming off of our fake rock and going back into the soil. So again, I just hit record, and then it went and slowed it down for me. I didn't have to adjust any of the speed, so to speak. So I think that's kind of fun. Okay, and then drawing tools. So for drawing tools, there's a lot of different options for drawing tools. You do have an option for a whiteboard with your hover cam, where you can do a lot of cool drawing tools. With the whiteboard though, I can't record with it, but there are drawing tools that you can use while you are recording. So real quickly, I'm going to show you this one. What I love about these drawing tools, you'll see that little orange circle there, and you open it up and it makes like a big wheel. And what I love about this feature is you can customize a lot of what's in there. You can customize the color, you can customize how thick the lines are going to be, or the transparency of shapes. And so I just showed that you can actually type in there if you want to type in a quick message. You even have the option to draw straight lines. Again, you can change the color and the thickness of those lines. You've got arrows. You even can do free hand drawing on it. There's some shapes. One of the things that I teach my students is you always want to cover up your answer choices before you look at your answers. You want to make sure you're doing your strategies first. And so using these kind of shapes are a fun way to kind of do that and to model that. The only thing that is kind of time consuming with the drawing tools is after you do one tool, you have to click on a different tool. And so there's that constant click, but it is pretty fun. And it is fun to allow your students to go up to the board and write on it too, because they love to write on the Promethean panel as well. So this is just showing the different types of tools. This is the pen function, which you can use with your finger, or you can use with an actual stylus pen. And so and then of course you've also got, and I didn't highlight this on this video, but you also have the option to erase just a little bit of it, or you can erase the whole page. And then those arrows, the back and the forward arrow, if you're like, oh wait, I didn't mean to erase that, you can go back and you can bring everything back up to the surface. And then you can kind of keep going forward. If you erase everything, you want to go forward one by one. So it's really a great option, and it makes some fun videos. So this is a great way for, students to kind of come up if they're creating a work product and they're showing their strategies. I would definitely let them have the opportunity to use the tools, because they're going to get really creative when they do that. And also students who draw and actually write tend to retain that information a lot better. Okay, so now that you have actually made some videos, and you are going to want to save them, of course. So one way that you're going to want to do that is by saving it in multiple places. So I like to save my videos not only in my Google Drive, but I also like to save them on my desktop and possibly on YouTube as well. And so we'll talk about that. But saving on your Google Drive is really easy. I've included an animation here for you. I basically go into, we'll let it start over. I basically go into this little slide on the side and hit archive. And once you're in your archive, you can click on videos, you can click on images if you took an image, but you're gonna wanna go to videos. And then I just slide down the HoverCam application window to reveal my Google Drive in the background. And then from there, I just drag and drop. Just drag and drop it in and it will save automatically. And then from there, if you want to change the name, you can always change the name of it, but it's there. And then you have a great way to access it. If you're saving your video on your device, it's pretty much the same way. You're going to go into your archive. You're going to find the video that you want, and then you are going to drag and drop it into a file that you have saved on your computer. So I just keep a math video file on my desktop, really, and just open that up and drag it, drop it in there, and then I go in and I rename it to whatever I want it to be, and then it's there. So watch it again, drag it and drop it, and then go in, and you're going to rename it. And that's how you save on your device. Okay. And because you care, you're going to want to share your videos. You're going to want to share them with your students. You're going to want to share them with your parents. You're going to want to share them possibly with your colleagues, depending on what type of video you have created. So we are also going to talk about how can you share these to your student devices and to your website and things like that. So we're going to share our videos with our students first. And if you are inside Fair, you've probably noticed that there are some glitches on sharing some videos. Our students are not able to access YouTube. And so there are some workarounds to that I've included here. But I'm not going to not talk about YouTube. I am going to mention that because I think there is a place for it. But I am going to share with you how you can work around the loophole of your students not being able to see a YouTube video. But before you do that, you want to preview before you premiere your video. You always want to go back and watch it. You always want to make sure that it is, done well. And you're just going to want to make sure that, whatever you put out there, it's there forever. And so you want to make sure that it is to your standards for sure. So when you're looking at your video, always think about, is this quality over perfection? We're never going to be perfect. There's no such thing as a perfect video, but you do want to make sure that it is a quality product. You want to make sure that what you're sharing, doesn't have a lot of weird background noise, or it doesn't have, someone kind of darting in behind you. You want to make sure that you don't make any big major mistakes, especially if you're, a math teacher. You don't want to make a really big mistake and then share that to your students. So you just want to make sure that you've gone back over it, you've previewed it, you think that it's okay for your students to see and for your parents to see, because you will have a lot of eyes on that video once you, submit it online. And it needs to be something you're proud of. We're always teaching our students, to do something that they're proud of and to show a work product that they are going to want to share with others. And so make it something that you're going to be proud of. And because it's going to be out there forever. Once you share it, it's there. You can delete it, but unfortunately, a lot of times you can still find it. So make sure it's something that you are definitely proud of and setting that good example for our students. And like I said, we are always expecting our students to show quality, effort. And so we want to be the model for that. We want to model, what does it look like to have a good video? What does it look like to go back and edit? I'm telling my students all the time, you're not always perfect the first time around. The first time you write a story, it's not perfect. The first time you record something, it's probably not perfect. So you want to go back and you want to make sure that you have gone through those steps to make sure that it is something that not only your students are going to benefit from, but it's going to be high quality. And once you're showing your students that, they typically latch on to that and they will implement that as well. I mentioned earlier that I have students that will go back and they'll say, well, Ms. New, it took me a long time to do this assignment because I had to re-record like 5 times. And when I asked them, okay, well, were you playing or, why did you have to re-record? And typically they're saying, well, because I just didn't feel like it was a quality product. I felt like it just wasn't good enough. And I wanted to make sure that it was my best. And, to me, that's exciting to hear because they are taking so much ownership in their work, and they really want to highlight what they know, and they really want to share what they know. And so that to me is definitely worth the few extra minutes it takes to go back and preview my video before I let them see it. So how are we going to do that? One way that I do this is through OneDrive. So OneDrive will allow you to share your videos to your student devices pretty seamlessly. So I store my videos on OneDrive as well. So the way that I do that, what you're going to want to do first is you're going to want to go to office.com and you're going to sign in with your CFISD network username and password. Every Sci-Fair teacher has one. And so you're going to want to go in there if you haven't. Go ahead and log in. And then once you're there, you can start creating different folders. So I've created a math video folder. And from there, I just simply go up to the little upward arrow that says upload. And I just click files. And from there, you can search your entire computer. You can then pull it from there and it will upload into that particular file. OneDrive works a little bit like the Google Suite, where you can then go in and get a shareable link. Once you go to get that shareable link, you're going to want to make sure that it is a link for anyone to view. It's defaulted to, I believe, anyone in Sci-Fair, if you're a Sci-Fair employee, but you're going to want to pick the link that says anyone can view. And that's going to give anyone with that link access to look at it, but they don't have access to edit it. Because you are the editor, you want to make sure that you keep it where they can't make any changes to it. So once you have that link, then you're able to copy and paste that link into your Google Classroom, or you can email it out to parents, etc. You can put it into a Google slide if you want and have that available too. So there's a lot of options there, but OneDrive I have found has been the best option to share those videos with all of our students. And this is really, we figured this out kind of in the middle of sharing some videos. I do a digital content video for my entire grade level every week. And so every third grader gets a mini lesson with me. And this is exactly how I share it with the other teachers. I get that shareable link. And then I typically will put that link inside a Google slide, because I want them to have the link, but I also provide a worksheet or a record sheet, if you will, for the students to fill out as they are watching the video. And so I just kind of keep it all together in one place, so that from year to year, we'll be able to go, oh, this is that worksheet that we did with that video, and we'll be able to print it off really quickly. So just a really quick tip if you're wanting to do these for your digital content studio. And then Google Classroom. So once our link is in our Google Classroom, this is the easiest way for my students to complete their digital content studio. They literally just go straight to my Google Classroom. They know where to go. They know to go down to the Teacher Studio topic that I've created, and then they just click on it and it plays, and it's pretty seamless. And then they're able to complete that assignment and fill in their record sheet, and then they've had their second mini lesson. So Google Classroom does work very seamlessly with this. It's a great option if you're wanting to share those videos, and it's also just another great way to store your videos too, if you want to access them later. So I've included a quick video. Again, I muted it for you guys, but this is my sweet third graders, and they are actively engaged in a digital content mini lesson with me. So that you can see they have their paper and their pencil, they're writing along with me, they're pausing if they need me to slow down, and then they unpause to go back. Right there, those are my students in my teacher mini lesson. These are my kids doing partner and independent work. And then over there in the back, I've got my friends doing their Future Ready Studio. I muted this video, but honestly, I probably should have kept it unmuted, because when I go back and I look at it, this room seems like it would be very, very loud because there's kids doing all sorts of things, but it was so quiet. I had all my students working so quietly. They really know how to do these studios and stay focused and engaged, but they didn't even know that I was walking around with my camera. I mean, they saw me walk around to kind of do like a little drive-by, but they had no idea that I was videoing them because they were so actively engaged. So this does work in a classroom. So if you're one of those teachers who's like, I don't know if I can put one more thing on my plate, this works so well and so seamlessly, and it really doesn't take a long time to create videos and to share them with your students. And not only are they getting that mini lesson with you, but they're also getting a second mini lesson in their digital content. And so you're not just giving them a little bit of information, you're hitting them twice with information, which is, I think, so much more powerful than just that one mini lesson a day. So sharing videos on YouTube. So I mentioned that, you know, our students in Sphero, they can't access a YouTube video, but I think there is a lot of value in using YouTube, because not only does it store your videos, but it's also free. So it's just a great platform to have them. You kind of have a running log. Every Sphero employee has a YouTube channel, whether you know it or not. You have one. Utilize it. Put your videos there. Get some of your students to follow you. I mean, it's kind of fun. So you're putting your videos there, but it also allows you to get a good embeddable link that you can put on your website, your Google Suite website, which every Sphero employee has as well. Even if you're not a Sphero employee, you can get a website through Google Suite, and it's free. And those videos play very well on that website. And this is exactly how I share my videos for my parents. I put everything through YouTube, and then I link that YouTube, or embed that YouTube video rather, into my website. And so if they finish one video, guess what? They can click on the next video, and it just kind of keeps that running log of videos. So YouTube is a really great platform to use. I highly recommend it, but even if you're not wanting to share a video from YouTube, it gives you another option to save your videos. You never know if your computer might crash and there might be videos on your desktop. They're going to be gone. So have multiple places that you're saving your videos so that you can use them from year to year. You don't need to recreate, you know, the wheel every single year. All right, I've got some bonus video apps that I use in my classroom. So this is really great for those people who don't have a hover cam. You can still use some pretty cool apps for yourself, but also your students can use them as well. I love using Flipgrid in the classroom. We've used Edpuzzle, we use Screencastify. All of these things are really great tools, and they're really easy to use. And the bonus is that they are free. So Flipgrid. How do I use Flipgrid? I use it a couple different ways. I use it in my digital content studio. So instead of doing a video with me, I may flip it around and say, okay, now you are the teacher. I want you to teach me how you're going to solve this problem. They have to then go and do their strategies. Then they get on Flipgrid, and they are teaching me, going step by step with how they solve the problem and explaining their thinking. And guys, that is such a powerful tool I find in my classroom, because not only do I have a very quick idea within 30 seconds to a minute and a half, do they understand this concept, or are they still stuck? Do they need to have another lesson with me? But it gives them that voice. And you can see this picture of my sweet kids. They're proud of it. They've got the thumbs up. They have cute little emojis on their face, but a lot of times what I'll find is, they can change the little title under their name. And a lot of times they'll say, like, we did one on fractions, and they'll say like fraction queen, So it's kind of silly, but they really think, hey, I'm the expert now. And they're sharing not only with me, but they're sharing with their fellow students. So Flipgrid is a really cool tool. Once they do their video, they can watch each other's videos. They can give feedback to each other's videos. I can go in and do a video and say, hey, I really love the way you were thinking there. Good job. So it's a really fun application. They can do it from a cell phone, from a computer or a tablet. So it's just a really great tool. The other way that I use Flipgrid is every week in my newsletter, the weekly recap, I provide an action item, and this is for them to complete over the weekend. I provide a math puzzle like a mashup math, or I provide a what doesn't belong, and they have to figure that out first. and then they go to Flipgrid and they explain how they solved. So it's really fun too to get the parents involved in that too, because then they're seeing what we're doing in the classroom on a daily basis. Those mashup maths and the what doesn't belong, that's something we use every day in our number talk. And so the kids are very familiar with it, and they think it's fun because they all come up with various ways to solve these problems, which I think is fun, that they're learning from each other and they're expanding their number sense by doing that. Another application is Screencastify. Screencastify does a lot of things that the HoverCam can do. It will record just your face. So you can do just a presentation where they're just watching your face, or you can screencast and you can capture your computer screen with your face, or you can capture your computer screen without your face. There's lots of different options there. But what I love about Screencastify is once your video is complete and you stop recording, it automatically saves to your Google Drive. What you'll notice the first time you do a Screencastify is that you will have a folder in your Google Drive that says Screencastify, and all those videos bounce over to there. And so you can have access to them. Plus you can edit and do all the other things. Edpuzzle is another great tool to use. I've had some questions about, well, how do you know your kids aren't fast forwarding in your digital content? Well, one way that you can do that is to upload your video into Edpuzzle. Edpuzzle gives you the luxury of stopping your video in certain places and giving your students a quiz question. So you can actually dub an audio question for them to answer, or you can type in a question, and they can't move that video forward until they answer the question. So that's another great way to monitor the engagement of your students, but to also kind of get a little bit of feedback from them, whether or not they are on track with their learning. Now, I will say that it does not make them answer the question correctly before the video continues, but it does allow them to answer that question, and then the video will continue playing. So you can put as many questions as you want, but it's going to force pause, and then they have to answer that question to move on. So Edpuzzle is a really great resource. There's also a library of videos that you can choose from to upload. So if you're interested in that, I highly recommend to check out Edpuzzle as well. And then we also have some bonus features for our HoverCam. If you were not aware, HoverCam allows you to take pictures, not just video, and you can take those pictures and you can save them as a PDF. You can export them, and basically what I've used this for is if I've had a parent say, you know what, we lost that assignment, I don't know where that is, or can I see a copy of what they did? I know I can't send that test home, but they want to see how their student did. I will take that student's work, take a quick picture of all of the pages, and create it into a PDF, and then email it to the parent. So that's a great way to kind of give that feedback to the parent, especially if there's something that you can't send home. But it's also a great way if you want to share a really quick picture of an assignment that you want to say, hey, I'm really proud of your student. They did a really great job. I know that my parents do appreciate when they do get things like that. So that's just another great way to use the HoverCam. I've included a picture there circled with all those different tools, and you access the pictures the same way you would access your videos. You would go to that little slide on the side, go to archive, and then you would just hit the images, or it may say images or pictures, and that's where you would access those. So how? Before we got started, I asked you to think about something that you are going to teach coming up. What concept you are teaching, and how you might be able to implement some videos to enhance that learning experience. So I hope you have been thinking of something. I would love, love, love for you to share with me what you think you're going to be using videos for. So shout that out below in the comment section, You know, what are you planning on using video to enhance your learning? It doesn't always have to be just math and science, even though I am a math and science teacher. You can use it in language arts and social studies and things like that. So I would love to hear how you're going to plan to use some video to enhance your students' learning. And I believe my time is wrapping up. So if you have feedback for me, please let me know. You can follow me on Twitter. You can send me an email. You can drop a comment down below and they will get that to me as well, because I would love to hear your feedback from here and things that you may have learned or things that stuck out to you, or if you have any questions. But thank you so much for having me. I am honored that I was asked to come and share with you guys today. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Kelly. We have some questions that will likely come through based on your request for feedback. So before we do that, I have to thank you very much for stressing the values of not just on the ways to use your videos, but also on the value of how they support us as educators rather than just simply replacing us. So thank you for sharing that. You did mention that you have a favorite editing tool. Would you be able to share some of that?
You mean through HoverCam?
Yes, or if you don't edit through HoverCam, do you have another tool that you use to edit your videos?
I typically, when I do mine, I do really quick snippet videos. So I have edited through Screencastify. You can kind of trim the sides, the front and the back. But when I'm doing a video for my students in like a digital content, I typically just make it short and sweet where I don't have to do much editing. So I just kind of do a one straight shot of it. And then because I try to make them no more than 5 minutes. So if it's something that I go back and I'm like, ooh, that's not very good, I can easily just redo that really fast. And that doesn't take me very long. So I don't typically have to do a lot of editing, but Screencastify allows you to do that pretty well. And YouTube allows you to edit videos as well.
Okay, that's excellent. I like to hear that advice. It certainly makes it beneficial when you can plan ahead with your videos so you don't have to do as much editing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's key to plan ahead for sure. So I don't typically just sit down and go, okay, I'm going to wing it. I usually have a plan of what I want to show my students just real quickly so that it does maximize my time and it just kind of streamlines the process.
Okay, excellent. I do have one more question. When you're sharing video, you share different ways of sharing videos. And I was wondering if you ever use WeVideo to share your videos.
I have not. I've kind of played with it a little bit, but I have not. And I definitely need to learn more about that. But I've heard some great things that people are doing with that. And so that is one of the things that's on my list for this year.
Okay. Did we have any feedback for Kelly? Okay. All right, Kelly, so we're going to take a couple minutes to move on to the next session, but I thought it might be worth, because we still have a few minutes left of this session, to mention to you a way of sharing videos through WeVideo, because that's something that we use in our district. So Kelly, if you could stop sharing your screen so I can take over, and then I can use this time to share with you how to use WeVideo as a tool to also share with your students. And it's also an editing tool as well. So looking at this, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. Are we coming through okay, guys? Okay. And I'm going to minimize that because that was the next commercial coming through. So I'm going to open up this that's already open, and I'm going to just jump over to WeVideo.com. Okay, and I'm going to simply log in with Google because I already have an account with them. I guess I need to use my own account. So I'm going to change that. That would be me. I wonder if it actually remembers me. It probably won't show that password. Nope. Let me go ahead. Forgot that I just changed it. Wait for it. There I am. Okay. Oh, Oh, look, there's one of our commercials that we had. So if you have videos that you've made using your HoverCam, one of the great tools that you can use, even if you're outside of district, you could get WeVideo accounts for free, but in our district, we have the Premier where we've paid for it for our teachers. So it's a wonderful tool because it plays through WeVideo, so you don't have that lag time where it has to pull from your drive, and you can share it anywhere else that was mentioned today, from Google Classroom to Flipgrid and so on. So when you upload it, you're simply just going to create, you have your videos that you have uploaded off your desktop. So I'm just going to go ahead and show you how to do that. So I'm going to import it. I have a video I've made on my HoverCam. I'm going to get it off my computer because it's probably where it's sitting. I'm going to see what I have kicking around on my desktop. I have one right here. So I'm going to click on it and open it, and then it's going to materialize there. It takes a second to materialize. So for time's sake, I'm just going to drag one that I already have that has already been imported, so I don't have to wait for it to finish doing that. So I have it in here, and this is a really quick and easy editing tool. So if I want to also edit because maybe I sneezed or something and I want to trim it, I can use different features to trim my video up here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because we only have a couple minutes, but just know that they're there. And I'm going to click cancel because I didn't actually do anything. Now, this allows you to snip on each end of your video if you wanted to. If you want to actually just cut your video in half because there's something in the middle, you can snip it right here. And when I pull them apart, you can see now I have two. And again, I can snip in the middle, snip in the middle. Then I can bring my two parts together. And then I took out the part where I accidentally sneezed, or maybe some kid said something that was less than appropriate. And I want to pull that out because, you know, that's kind of what happens with kids. And then once I'm done, I am going to go ahead and finish this. So I'm going to drag it up to the top, and all I have to do is click finish, set a title. I'm just going to call it my video because I'm totally going to delete it later. And defaults to the SD. SD is perfect for when you're sharing on small screens and it has a very fast loading. But if you're going to be sharing on bigger screens, you definitely want to choose HD. If you have a small bandwidth in your school or internet is kind of fussy, you may want to select the SD for that reason as well. And then you just simply export it, and then off it goes. So that's one quick editing tool and publishing tool and sharing tool. So once you've exported it, once it's published, it gives you an option to be able to share that. So I'm going to go over to my projects where I've already exported. Yeah, I'm not going to save that. So I have one right here, so I'm going to click on it. So once you've published it, you have an option to dump it straight into Google Classroom, and then you can download it if that's what you want. But you can also share this link. This link can be pasted everywhere where you can share a link from a document, add it to a QR code, or whatever you want it. And again, it's a very fast materializing, so kids don't have to wait. Okay, so any questions that I can add? Okay, awesome. All right, so we're going to move on. And thank you again, Kelly, for being part of our day. We greatly appreciate your valuable things that you shared about the HoverCam. The next 15 minutes, we are going to take a break. You're going to have an opportunity to sign up for the next attendance verification. And Nancy and Shannon are waiting in queue, and they're going to be sharing the tech tools that help you manage your classroom. Be sure to submit your attendance verification. Again, because we have a large number today following us, there might be a delay, but that delay in getting your confirmation should not be more than just a few minutes long, such as 30 minutes to 45 minutes. If you have to wait longer than that for your confirmation, it's likely that either you have it in your junk mail or you did not enter your email correctly. So hang on to be with us for another 15 minutes. And while you're waiting, after you've submitted your attendance verification, I have one more. Okay, hold on. I got to stop sharing. That's what's wrong. There we go. Now you can see me. Are we all good? Yay. So the attendance verification is something that is in the chat probably right about now. And your Twitter challenge, the last Twitter challenge is Sci-Fi SD EdTech Live. That's us. And it's challenge number 4. So you can also participate in the first 3 challenges. Again, Twitter is a huge, valuable tool for teachers to participate in events like this, but also to get information about upcoming conferences, trainings that are provided by your district, teachers sharing ideas, tech ideas, as well as how to do them. There's a lot of times where I get a 1-2 minute video that's in Twitter, and I love getting that information because it's quick, it's easy, and a lot of times it's new and emerging ideas or releases that are happening with these tech tools. So you get it first on Twitter. So Twitter is a great way to build your repertoire of information in educational technology. So being here with us today is a great way to learn about educational technology, but it shouldn't be the end of your process. Our team offers tons of professional learning for our teachers, and I'm sure your district does if you're outside our district. Make sure you follow along with us. So at this point, we're going to get you going, and I'm going to bring up one more time the commercial for the next few minutes. Okay, welcome back to our last session. We have Nancy Piper and we're not on. Yeah. Let's try that again. Stop. Share. Okay, we're up. Last session is with Nancy Piper and Shannon Andreas. Welcome. Have you ever wished that there were ways to monitor and manage students without having to clone yourself? Well, Shannon and Nancy are here to help you with that. They're with us from our own districts, from Student Services, and they are going to show you how to use educational tools to support you with your classroom management. Again, if you haven't submitted your attendance for this session, the link is now in the session, in the chat. And welcome, Nancy and Shannon.
Can you hear us?
I can. Welcome.
Hi. Hello.
So are you ready to get going? You got it?
Yeah, that sounds good. Bear with us, y'all. It's our first time doing anything like this.
That's okay. This is the first time for everybody and everything they do. So are you ready to share your screen?
Yes, we are ready. I can go ahead and take over?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, like we were introduced, we are from Sphero ISD, and with Student Services, we help with classroom management, behavior support, and my name is Shannon Andreas.
And I'm Nancy Piper.
And we are, our official title is called Classroom Management Consulting Teachers, and we work with pre-K through 12th grade. So our goal today is really to just present y'all with some digital tools that you can use to enhance your classroom management and engagement and communication. So we're going to walk you through Classroom Screen, Classroom Q, and Canva. And with Classroom Screen, I was familiar with it from a while back, but they've added a bunch of new cool tools. So hopefully you'll find that
They've updated a lot.
They have.
You can use your computer. It's computer friendly.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of different things that you can do.
So we're going to go ahead and move to Classroom Screen. And I'm just going to talk a little bit. I'm a big researcher, so I'm going to talk about some of the stuff that, you know, maybe the reason that you might find these tools beneficial. So Harry Wong, if anyone is familiar with him, he talks a lot about classroom management and things like that. And we know that there's a positive impact on the classroom and student engagement and success when a teacher has good classroom management. So if you are an all-star teacher with curriculum, that's wonderful and that's so important. But if you do not have your students' attention and you don't have command of your classroom, then it's going to be difficult for all or some of your students to really hear what you have to say and absorb all of that education. And there was some research done about the negative effects of classroom disruptions, both just major and minor, and most of them are by students. And it says that up to 30% of the instructional day is wasted with just general classroom disruptions. So again, the goal today is to share some tools with you that you can use to minimize some of those distractions. Mallory Heimlich did a study and looked at a lot of nonverbals. So you might use nonverbals in your classroom already, like, oh, I need water or restroom or tissue or whatever it is, voice levels, things like that. But these are some digital tools to help with those nonverbals in your classroom. Randy Sprick and Champs, he does some work with classroom management as well. Again, he focuses on minimizing classroom disruptions. And it goes along with explicitly teaching. Like, we explicitly teach everything, we review it, we model it, we practice, we reinforce it. So again, hopefully these tools will be help you do that, so you can control or command and give your expectations for conversation, for getting help, or what the activity is, what kind of movement they're allowed to do, how they need to participate during the activity, and ultimately leading to the student success and the success of your lessons. Please keep in mind how you can utilize them. And if you have any questions, just type them into the chat and they're going to feed it over to us. So hopefully we can answer any that relate to this. And again, bear with us. This is our first time doing anything like this. We're used to doing it face-to-face and giving the management techniques that way. So if you have any questions or need us to slow down, just let us know. And let me go ahead. We've got to pull up the little chat box. Do you want to go ahead and walk through how to do this?
And what we love about Classroom Screen is in most of our Sci-Fair classrooms, and hopefully if you're not from Sci-Fair, you're familiar with Promethean boards, or you have the panels in your classroom that can project. And so this is something that can be seen in your classroom at all times. You can leave it up during rotations or different activities. But what we love about it is that it covers everything. Language, if you happen to be a bilingual classroom, you could put it on Spanish by going here and clicking on Spanish right here. You could change the language. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to leave it as set as English. What we love too is the backgrounds. There are thousands of different backgrounds, and that is the second box right here.
And you can also like upload your own pictures. So if you have any that you want to add, or there's a certain theme or something specific to your classroom, you want to put a picture of your students or yourself, you can also upload your own.
You can change the colors by going here and have just a solid colored background to type on. There are thousands of choices like we mentioned there.
And then here's a double dose of us. You can click video, and is it going to work? And then you can see us again. So this might be fun for your students if they want to read something and share their writing or good things. It might be a good way to get some of that classroom engagement and participation with them. Sorry, I'll spare you all that.
They love to be in control and feel like they have some say. Some of them too are movement based. That one didn't change for me.
I think it's taken a little bit.
And so you can feel that you're
nice and calm, maybe when you do a brain break.
Right, that calming, and just have them look at the picture, envision that they are at these different locations. So that is one thing that's really fun. How many of you use randomizers, or you pull the popsicle sticks? You know, we have shared that many times at our trainings and classes where you can type students' names in here and I'll model that. Shannon, Nancy, we like to put our teammates' names in and pretend that we're going to use them. So you do that, you type in your class, and then you hit choose, and it randomizes who you're going to get. What I love about this, you can use names. So you can type in your entire class and have that there to help randomize when you're asking questions. I've seen this done where it's the helper of the day, the line leader, anything like that. But what's awesome too is if you look at this right here, you have the person or you have the option for dice. And what I love with the option of dice is you can choose how many dice to roll. 1, 2, 3. And so you could choose to roll 1 dice and it randomizes and gets 6.
If you teach pre-K, kinder first. You can work on subitizing. I know that's a big thing. So it's not just classroom management tools. Find a way to integrate some of that curriculum and when you're doing this, just like Nancy mentioned with the languages.
I've also seen this done where it tells them how many can be in a group. So for today's activity, you can be in a group of 6. And so that helps. And so it goes back and forth that way. Or you can say, go to your number 6 partner. If you're on a clock, you can do different things like this, and it's all chosen randomly so that the students can see that you're choosing it. And for those students that feel that things are not fair or that they're never chosen, you make it random. You blame it on the classroom screen. So that's wonderful ways of being able to use that. You can click on 2 dice and have it be bigger numbers for different activities there, especially like I mentioned, the clock. If you're going to use the clock, you would want to use the 2 dice so you can use the 12 hours of the clock. But that's something to help with randomizing, either like we said, names by going to the people, or dice by going this way and being able to choose.
And was that little save button so we can save the class?
Yes.
Oh, and you can export it into there. That's awesome.
So if you're secondary, especially, and you have more than one class period, or even elementaries that have switch classes, you can save and it saves the class links in there so you don't have to retype them every day. So that's how you would do that.
I'm just looking at
Trying to find the chat box. So that's random name. And then when you're finished with it, you just click and it goes away. What I love, this, as we mentioned earlier, several of the things have updated. One of them is sound level. And if you follow these steps that are listed here on your screen, you can actually set your microphone sensitivity. So you can choose if you want it to be very sensitive. If you raise your voice, then you can see how the green goes up. Sensitivity 3, you can see that, and it will actually ding when students' voice level gets too loud. And so you can see there from the color of the screen that the sensitivity is too high, where if we drop it and my voice tone is lower, you can see the green versus the red. And that's very, very important for kids to be able to learn voice tone. And with that, I'm going to jump over to work symbols, because this is awesome to be able to show what type of a group you want students to work in. If you're saying silent, then of course your sensitivity on this for the microphone, you would put it down to a 1. And so it would show students that they're being successful being silent. If you want them to be able to whisper, maybe in a group of 1 or 2, they can ask for help by talking to a neighbor and whisper that help.
Or whisper reading, I think of that too. I taught kindergarten, so you think of whisper reading where you don't want these 4 and 5-year-olds to be completely silent, but maybe you are small group testing or you're doing one-on-one testing. So that's awesome.
And you want them to realize that they're inside voices and not being heard.
Yes, because voice level is so abstract, especially with our younger students. You can tell them the voice level too, but what does that really mean? So then we model it for them and they get that feedback.
And one of my favorite things with whispering, I don't remember where I learned this, is that you can tell students to touch right here, to feel their vocal cords and to practice whispering. And you can tell when you talk, you feel that vibration in your neck and in your throat. There's no vibration there. And so students can tell the difference and understand, especially at the younger ages, whether they're talking or if they're whispering. So I love that. Then a lot of times, again, when you're working with those small groups, you don't want them coming to you and disturbing. So you put up Ask a Neighbor. I've heard the 3 before me and that technique. Teach them that. But if you put this up as a visual, it's right there for them while you're working.
And pre-teach, because it might be ask a neighbor for some hot Cheetos or ask a neighbor what they're doing this weekend. So you have to pre-teach your expectations.
Exactly. Because if you don't pre-teach, then it's going to go.
And they'll say, well, you told me to ask. So you have to be very explicit and remember your expectations, your PBIS. Expectations, and then if you decide to use champs.
Exactly, going through all of that. And then the 4th one on here is work together. And again, that would be important to, if you're changing it from the whisper and the talking, what's your sensitivity here? And it can be monitored that way, where it might raise it to 3, but even with 3, you can hear that my voice has already set it to red. And so it has changed it. So make sure that the sensitivity that you're setting it at is what you've already pre-taught your students, you've practiced it, and then dismiss them to work. So that kind of covers the sound level as well as work symbols, and you can leave it up on your screen while you move on to something else.
Visuals are always so important for kids. Just, it doesn't matter what age. We got students with disabilities, or you're in those larger classrooms. Using those visuals is very helpful. And then you're able to kind of point it out if you show this on like your Promethean, so that those students can always keep that in the back of their mind. And again, the goal is to minimize disruptions, because we can lose up to 30% of our instruction.
We want to make sure that we're going forward with our education and the learning. The next one on here, I'm going to click off of that, is QR code.
This one is awesome. I found this one today because I was like, oh, Nancy, did you know? And she's like, yeah.
This one has really
No idea.
gotten awesome. You can hover over this with your phone, and if you've got a smartphone, your camera would pop up and say, do you want it to take you here? And that would take you instantly to classroom screen. But Shannon's going to type something else in.
And we're actually, I'm going to save that for the end because we
Okay.
still got more to show, but
Awesome.
we'll show you how that works.
We'll show you, yeah, how other QR codes will pop up and it will take you to different links. So that's an awesome one. Then you have drawing. Flashing the text. Okay, we're gonna click on, you can make it the full screen. As you notice here, students love to draw. Sometimes they like to be the ones to come up and to share their artwork. This might work as a reward for a table that's doing a nice job, that you can let them come up to your screen and actually draw. You know, you can do shapes. I've seen a lot of classrooms this year or this week working on shapes and different things that they can do. To me, I don't know if I would let them come up to the Promethean panel and do that, but as a reward, it might be something that they want or you want to let them do. That makes it whole screen where it kind of blocks off everything else. This next button for drawing makes just a small area that might be something more, especially if you're doing it whole class in front of the Promethean panel. You want them actually working on that small area. But what I like about this too is the text button feature. One thing that we talk about a lot in student services and with classroom management is having that warm-up activity. So if you're going to have this up, you could type over here on the screen, you know, good morning, welcome. Oops, I just clicked out of it. What did I do?
You might have to type it.
I might have to type it back in. I think I just clicked off of it. Okay, and it, as you can see, it comes up new each time, but when you go into text, you get that box. And you can type in there, you can say good morning. I know a lot of our younger grades, kinder and first, do a morning message, and they have their students come to the floor and they go through different things. So you could use it for your morning message. If you're having class circles and you have a topic that you're going to be discussing that morning, you can be at the door greeting your students as they come in, but have them do a quick write or think about something, and then they've already got their ideas ready, so that when you call them to the floor, they've got their ideas already processed. They're ready to talk and ready to share. So it's a way that you can have that up ready to go. So that's what that box is. We've already gone over the work symbols. This next one is a traffic light. This can be tied in with the sound level or the group working, where you could actually have green on, showing them that they're doing a good job, and then have them, you know, if their voices start getting a little bit loud, have a student go and touch it to yellow as a warning, and then a very easy visual, if they're getting too loud, is red, and then stop and have them think about their voice level, revisit your expectations, and once they go back to the appropriate one, put it back on green. That works in all levels of classrooms as a very easy visual where you don't have to say anything. The color tells them all. And so that can help with that. Another awesome thing is we, you know, as long as I have been in this role, we have talked about different timers. I love this one because it's quiet. There are some timer tools that we have shared that when they go off, the whole class jumps because it's so loud. So I think this is something very easy, and you just touch the button above as I drop the stylus to add time, however long you want it to go, and then you can start it.
And you can have multiple timers, right, Nancy?
You can have multiple going. So you could have that one going, you can have others. What I also love is students sometimes want to know what time it is. And at, you can tell them at 12:15, we will be taking a break. Some students are going to be staring at that until it switches to 12:15. So you might want to minimize that or put it behind something else and watch that. But again, you have to pre-teach. How are you going to use these in your classroom? And how is it going to help you to minimize?
I really love the little sand timer look right here because, again, it's time can be so abstract, especially for a lot of our younger ones, so they can really kind of, see that transition and, give them that guide.
Watching how much is left in
Yeah,
the top
definitely.
and going down and to truly know. And one thing that is really neat, it doesn't show up across this area. It's way over here, this red and green tab, if you can see over here. You can type in a question. It takes you to another screen, but it says, what did you think of today's lesson? And students can rate. And so they can click on different things, they're coming up to the board and putting in if somebody really didn't like it, they see their feelings. And this also, you can talk about feelings with them. How do you feel today? You can change it to that question. And then you can get a reading of your class right away. And if you look up here, total votes so far, there have been 5. And then you click on show results. And it lets you know instantly what the students thought of today's lesson or whatever question you want to put up there each day. I've seen this used in classrooms. It's almost like their attendance question. And you can see how many results there are. So if you've got 19 students and only 5 have answered, where are the other 14? And so tying that in is a great exit poll to your day.
I love it. There's different options for the checks and X's. Again, this is something that can be used pre-K all the way through 12th grade. You can use it with all of students. It goes, across the languages and abilities and things like that. So this is just a fun little, you can be academic tool, or like we talked, your morning check-in. How are you feeling this morning? A lot of disruptions can arise because something happened in the hallway or on the bus. So if you have them do this first thing in the morning, you can kind of get a gauge. Yeah, a temperature gauge. I love that.
So hopefully, if there's any questions, please let us know.
And you're going to be able to let us know because we're going to find where the chat box is.
Our chat box has disappeared.
Okay, well, unfortunately,
Right.
I'm not positive. Oh, where it is. Let's see what we got here.
That one.
Oh, here we go. And do you see it?
It's not popping up for us. Is it right here?
It's
There
in
we
the
go.
back. Here we go. Oh, nope, we
No
don't have any
questions
questions.
right now.
Perfect.
Awesome. So we will move on from classroom screen. Feel free to play around with it. Let us know if you have any questions on it as we move forward.
Oh, wow, Nancy, you were like right on it when you switched over. So now it's my turn. Look, you can do the calendar. Sorry, I'm
Yes,
still
there's
playing
all
with this a
kinds
little
of
bit.
things on there with the clock, how you can change it.
Oh.
You can change the look of your timers. There's different sounds down at the bottom. There's a harp. There's a snake, palm trees, all different kinds of sounds on there that you can change it to. You can have it lap. So if you're timing how quickly your students come to the floor, let's say.
I love it.
And having them compete against, how they did yesterday.
Competition.
That
great
very,
way to-
very easy way to make that work.
Okay, so we are going to go ahead and close out of classroom screen. Again, you're thinking about tools that you can use to minimize disruptions, to save the integrity of your instruction in your classroom. And guys, honestly, it's going to make your life easier if you pre-teach all of these things. So we've got the QR code, and you can type in, go ahead and look at what it looks like right now. And I can type in classroom Q because that's the next one we're going to go to. And then it'll change the look of it. So again, that's not something you have to go and do a QR generator and make something brand new, you can go ahead and just type it in here and it'll automatically pop it up for you. So what is that going to do? It's going to minimize the work that you have to do, and it can minimize the transitions if students have a new task that they need to do using a QR code. Parent night.
I was going to say a lot of schools use that to advertise different things. I know our secondary schools, a lot of the teachers have a link where they post their homework or resources.
That's true.
That you could type it in and it would be right there, and students could pull out their phone at the end of class and get right to their homework assignment and have it on their devices. We know they have their devices with them. A lot of our schools are going more device friendly in classes, and so they could take a picture of it and have it right there ready to go.
Again, this is any tool that we can use to help you make your life easier. So now we're going to X out of that, and we're going to go over to Classroom Q. Okay, so Classroom Q. And here I've already made an account. There's a basic free account. And there's also leveled up ones that you would have to purchase, but anything that's free, obviously we love. So here I'm going to click on Teachers. And I'm already logged in. Our goal is to minimize classroom disruption. So here I am, small group testing, or I'm one-on-one testing Nancy. And we've got kids that want to know if it's snack time. They want to know if it's recess. They want to know what time the pep rally is. They want to go to the bathroom. And so, yes, we have those little the signals we talked about of raising your hand, but how often does a student raise their hand? And it could be something like, when's the pep rally, miss? Okay, well, right now we're working on math. And so then you have to go into something and everyone's like, oh yeah, did you know who was going to be in the pep rally? And now we're completely distracted and off topic. So we want to minimize our disruption. So what we can do right here is you'll get a classroom code. And oh yeah, that would be great. So you get a classroom code. All they have to do is go on to classroomq.com, and they're going to click student, and you don't have to create an account as a student. So that is what's awesome. So I'm going to click on, I want it to play sounds and I want it to show comments. Again, we're trying to minimize disruption. So this is just a virtual hand raising tool. So instead of students sitting there raising their hand or being like, miss, I had my hand up first, or you never call on me, or any of those things, they're going to be able to raise their hand and ask questions or give comments without disrupting all of their peers. So Nancy is going to go ahead and you got the code. And Nancy's going to go ahead and make sure she's got the code in, and then you'll be able to see how this pops up. So I'm going to have this at my small group table, and I am doing guided reading with my students. And so now Nancy has an issue. Nancy's going to put Nancy just raised her hand. Okay. So I can go and address Nancy if I need to. And then when I'm done, I just click on her. And now she's going to put a question. She's all the way in the back of the classroom. Nancy has a question. And we're just trying to do our independent reading right now. So again, we're trying to minimize classroom disruptions. And so Nancy wrote her question. And here we go. What time is this class over? Well, I'm so glad that Nancy did not scream it across the room. So I can go ahead and answer Nancy's questions and then click out of it. This is a great tool. I was very, very shy growing up. And even if I didn't understand anything, I would not raise my hand. I wouldn't do it. I did not want to raise my hand. And even if I knew the answer, you could ask me, what color is that piece of paper? And I would not tell you because I didn't want to be wrong. I didn't want to be laughed at. So this is a tool to engage those really quiet students, those shy students. They can ask questions or give answers without feeling insecure, without putting themselves out there to be laughed at by their peers. Even if you have a great classroom culture, it might be just this intrinsic feeling that some kids feel.
And what I'd like too is on the phone as you're in it, if your students have their electronic devices or something in there, they're going, when they hit that assistance needed, it shows them assistance is on the way and tells them what number they are. And so you can see on our screen, it says number 1 and has my name by it. It says you're first in line. So if you have multiple students in,
Love it. Hi, Britt.
it actually says, what order you are, and so oh, there's one person in front of me, and so then they know they've got to wait. And this can be awesome to be able to help students see, you might not be the first in line.
Again, I was first. I ran up. Oh, well, you know what? Let's just minimize any of that distraction, any of that argument, any of that tussle, because look, it's right here for us. And again, engaging our students. Our kids have so many tech tools in their hands. So this is, again, a good way to to get feedback and comments from students digitally and save the integrity of your classroom with disruptions. I was thinking it might be fun to put it in some of our face-to-face things instead of a parking lot. I don't want to get up and be embarrassed and put my question on the wall. I'm just going to do it right here. This is fun little tool.
And a lot of our classrooms now have the light speeds too, or the teacher wears the microphone around their neck, and they have the devices that can be on different group tables, where if the student has a question, they can push it and the teacher can talk just through them.
I love it.
Through that. And so it minimizes some of those students who are more shy, like Shannon was saying she was as a student, that might not want to get even out of their seat and go ask the teacher, but they really have a question or need some assistance.
I think so. Exit tickets, like we were talking about with Classroom Screen, it's another great way to do that. They can just put in those as well. Hello, Winter. So I'm going to show you what it looks like from the Students tab. So let me copy the class code. And so this is what your students are going to see. And again, you're pre-teaching what is an appropriate question, what are appropriate comments, what is going to be appropriate in here. When they put their name, and if it's on the smartboard, you don't want a student using inappropriate language or thinking something is funny and it's not actually appropriate for your classroom. So I'm going to put in my name. I am going to put in my classroom code. And every time you get the same classroom code, which I love, because then you can just make an anchor chart or put it on the wall or tape it on the student's desk. And every single time that same code's going to come up. So you're not constantly giving them a new code. So here we go. I'm going to click OK. And this is what it looks like for the student. So here it is. They can put their comment and it'll tell you how many people the teacher is assisting. I'm going to just put what is 2 + 2. And then I'm going to click assistance needed. And this is what I say. So, oh, yay, I'm first in line. Oh, you know what? I use my manipulatives. I asked someone at my table. I know what 2 + 2 is. Never mind. I don't need help anymore. Then the student can cancel it. So again, we'll go back to teacher. You can have up to 5 students in this with just the free basic membership. And so you can always just have, like Nancy was saying, 1 tablet at each table. So say you have 5 at a table, and then they can just click it when they need time with their name. So we are about wrapped up with Classroom Q. Again, if you have any questions, let's take a look. The entire class will see the questions asked. No, that is a great question. Not everyone will see. It'll just show that someone's name is there and they don't have to see what the question is. So again, if you can turn off show comments, and so it'll just show the student list of names. You can turn off the sound so that you don't have to worry about ding, ding, ding. And then again, everyone's going to look, and what does that do? It disrupts the flow of the classroom, and then we, lose up to 30% of our instruction time.
And this is one, unlike Classroom Screen, this one you probably would not leave up on your Promethean panel. You would keep it on just your, computer or on your phone if you've got it out as you're working in small groups. So you see who has the questions, but you don't want the students to see this.
Exactly. I also love that if someone asks a question, and a lot of times, oh, I don't know, or let me get back to you, or you could use it at Meet the Teacher Night, and someone has a question and you're like, oh, I don't know, write it on a Post-it. You can have them put it in here, and instead of clicking off their name and clearing the queue, then it'll still be there so that you'll be able to refer back to it again. So any digital tools to make your life as a teacher easier, because I mean, how much stuff that you have to do. So having it right here on your laptop, and again, minimizing those disruptions so that you can focus on giving quality instruction and really taking control of your class with the classroom management. So now we're going to switch over to something a little different. This one is this website, and there's a various ones. This is Canva, and I've used different ones like Bengage and things like that. I'm obsessed with infographics. Anything that I can take research and turn it into something that's visually appealing, that catches other people's eye. I love it. And especially I think about our students. You know, if I show them, you know, this piece of paper, they're maybe a little tuned out, but if I show them something fun and appealing to their eye, maybe that'll catch their attention, and I can hook them that way. Okay, that's kind of the goal.
Pull them into your lessons.
So here we go. With Canva, you can create your own design. You can use their templates. You can make social media, animated social media, little GIFs. You can use presentations, posters. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. So I'm just going to walk you through how to make two little things. And I am not a pro at this. I just play with it and play with it and play with it until, you know, I'm satisfied. There's so many new things that you can find. We use these a lot when we make our professional development flyers. So this is not necessarily a classroom management tool, but it can help with communication. So you can send home information to parents. You can make little table charts with them. You can just make fun, appealing things to share on Dojo or via email. A lot of teachers are on booster clubs and different committees at school where they're advertising for things. So you can make a free account with this and use some of those. So I'm going to go to templates. And again, I'm not using Canva Pro. That would cost money. So I'm in templates, and here
Free teacher account.
yes,
too.
free. Free is where it's at. So here I can go ahead and let's see, what do I want to do? I'll make I will make a flyer. So there are lots of different options that go on and on and on. If you have something in mind, say Valentine's Day is coming up, so I'm going to type in Valentine's Day, and I am going to search. And then all of these different things come up for Valentine's Day. Sorry, I got distracted. And you can edit these different things. It's just, again, to make your life easier. So let's see, Valentine's Day flyer. Let's see what pops up. Here we go. This is the one I'm going to practice on. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to use this template. All right. And right here, I can go ahead and change whatever I want to do. So my class is having a Valentine's Day party. Here I am. It is not going to be at the Beverly Mall open grounds. It is going to be at 12:30 p.m. in Miss Andrea's classroom. And it's on Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is on a Friday today, by the this year, by the way.
2020.
Oh, you didn't see that? We got to change that. Maybe I should email Canva and ask them to change the date so that I don't mess up. So again, maybe you want to change the colors. So here I can, go on here and I can click the different color choices here. Maybe I want a little more bold, and I'm not a huge fan of the pastels. Again, you can do anything you want with it. There's different effects that you can do, and you can change it. If you make a mistake, I'm not loving that purple, I'm going to press this back button right here. Oh, but maybe I do. No, not really. So you can kind of tussle back and forth with things and play around. If you have any photos that you want to upload, again, Canva has some already in stock, but if not, you can upload your own. And it even says right here, search millions of photos. So let's see, what do I want to look at? Pizza. Boom, right here. I wonder what else we could find. What happens if I type in my name? I'll type in Sphero. Nope, nothing pops up. So since I can't find anything with Sphero right here, I can go to uploads and I can upload my own image. So say I typed in something, they don't have it. I'm gonna go to my own pictures that I have. And here we go. I want to use something with Sphero ISD Student Services. So again, you can upload your own things as well, not just images, but videos. And if you have, you can also just drag it, very, very simple. If you have additional text box you want to add, you can do it over here, and it's got more templates.
That'd be great for a classroom newsletter.
I think so. Calendars, all of those. I love it. And again, more appealing and just fun and creative. I don't know. I'm a visual person, if you can tell, except when it comes to my hair. Sorry, y'all. So there's different emojis you can add. You can add QR codes, Instagram, all of these different things is really fun. I'm going to take you back home and I'm going to show you something a little different. I was like mesmerized by this because I always see all these cool, fun things. And I'm like, man, I wish I could do that, but I'm not talented enough or techie enough. And Canva just makes it easy to do. So I'm going to go to animated social media because again, our kids are so social media driven. And here are some templates. Just again, lots and lots of templates. I am going to just pick this. And here we've got the little glow. You see the glow going on? I'm going to add a photo. And let's see. This is free. I'm just going to drag it over. And maybe, I don't know, let's say something has to do with, don't forget your homework. And then we've got a little desk over there. You can take this and you can change the colors. Again, make it kind of your own, whatever you want to do. This is the little kind of shadow, I guess, that would be on there. And each part, you can crop it, you can make it bigger, smaller, you can really just play with it. And again, oh, what did I do? I don't like that. I'm going to go back and I'm going to fix that. So then I can go to elements and maybe I want to change stuff. I want to add music. That's an option. I'm going to drag this over here. And then you should be able to hear the music. I'm not sure. It shows it's playing. Can y'all hear it? Not really sure. But it should be playing for you, or it'll play. I tried it yesterday, so I know it works. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong right now, but I mean, I'm used to doing things incorrectly. So. But again, there's just lots of options, and the goal right here, it's not necessarily classroom management, but just a fun way and an appealing way to get your community to take notice, your students to take notice.
Your reminder at the end of class, or
just fun, different stuff. And then here's a little button right here. You can share things. So you can share it, copy the link. You can share it via email. You can download it as a PNG if you have the free one. So again, the options are pretty much endless with this. Do you have anything else to add with this?
Don't with that.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we are gonna check just to see if there are any more questions. And for next time, I'm gonna make sure that everything's okay. So back to Classroom Q. So will it work on iPads or Chromebooks? Yes, as long as they type in the website, you don't have to download anything for Classroom Q. You just type in the website, they click student, type in the classroom code, and they're good to go. You don't have to have anything approval to have it downloaded. You couldn't hear the music. I'm so sorry. I'm not sure why that wasn't working, but go on Canva, play around with it, and I know you'll be able to hear it because I was able to yesterday. I really apologize for why I couldn't get that for you today.
There's so many free templates on there.
I love it.
You know, that they're already created. If you're not artistic in that and not ready to move forward that direction, there's a lot that is already there for you. All you have to do is change the words to make it fit
Okay, well, it looks like we're wrapping up a little bit early, but just a tad bit. So we're going to go ahead, hopefully, and just share it back with Tamara. And we appreciate y'all tuning in. And go check out these websites. And remember, you've got to pre-teach, you've got to reinforce, and the goal is to minimize any classroom disruptions to save the integrity of your classroom and your instruction. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, ladies. I'm so glad that you were able to join us today. I really like one of the features that you shared with the drawing feature on Classroom Screen. I honestly didn't know that was there. It's kind of a cool tool. I was wondering if it would be a great tool for students to be able to plan their workout, maybe do some graphic organizers as a group right on the panel, or if they're in a different school district that might have smart boards, and they would do that as part of their studio or a station in their station rotation. So I thought that was kind of a neat feature. Then I imagine if they have iPads or if they're older students and they have their own phones, they could snap that and upload that into Google Classroom. So I think that would be a really good way of having students use their panels as part of a collaborative tool as well. So thank you for coming here today.
Thank you for having us. We enjoyed it.
Excellent. So our next EdTech Live is going to be on February 25th. And ladies, if I could get you to stop your share.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. All right, there we go. And next EdTech Live is going to be February 25th. We're going to change it up just a little bit for you. And that will be on a Tuesday after school. So for those of you that find your weekends are kind of difficult for you to join us, let's try a Tuesday after school. It will start at 4 p.m. Central Time and it will end at 6:45 Central Time that same evening. So we look forward to having you join us. And if you want to view this video later, it is archived. You won't be able to get credit for viewing it later, but it is there for your pleasure to be able to go back and review. And know that there are settings on all YouTube videos that allow you to be able to change the speed, so you can slow things down, you can speed them up. And I'm going to do a quick screen share to show that with you right now. Going to share my screen, bring up my YouTube, and let's find our YouTube channel. Yeah, that's probably not it. Let's open it right here. And oh, look, there's YouTube right there. We're going to open up one. And I'm going to search. Ah, there we are. We're right there. Awesome. Okay, let's pull it up. Okay, that's probably not going to work for us. So let's go for Sci-Fair ISD EdTech Live. I'm going to click on it. And I'm going to bring up one of our old ones. We're going to bring up ours from September 28th. Okay, so if you look at these, you can see that you have some settings. It allows you to change your playback speed. For some people like me, I'm a little strange. I like to watch videos at 2 times the speed. They sound like chipmunks, but it allows me to get through the video faster, and I like to listen fast, so it helps me. Maybe it's because I also talk fast. But for some people, especially when they're showing the steps, and sometimes when people move quickly through the steps, I also like to slow it way down because I'll split my screen and then I'll do it with them in slow motion so I can keep up with them. So you can change your playback speed. You also obviously have the ability to stop and play when you are using these features. You can also move it to full screen. So YouTube Live, when we've archived them, is a great resource for you to come back to later to watch these. It is this same channel, so you can bookmark this channel and come back to it anytime you want to watch this video from today or any of our other previous EdTech Live videos. So today we have a crew that is going to come in and show you who we are and what we've been doing. We've had several people working in the background. We've had Todd, who's been our in-person presenter today. And in the morning, we started out with Stephen doing that as well, because it took 2 people to get the robotics going. And then, of course, this is Amanda. She's been working behind the scenes, passing on the questions. We have Danielle, who's trying to hide. She was the person that was answering your questions on YouTube. And do we have Todd coming in over here?
Sure.
Keep scooching over.
Come in.
There we go. And then we have Katrina. She was the one that was answering your emails when you're sending emails, and the one on Twitter. So this is our crew today. Say hi. Hi. Okay, and we look forward to seeing you in February.
Hi.
It's emergency.